Close your eyes and allow yourself to drift gently into the quiet history of the wasteland. Tonight, we will follow the long and winding path of those who endured the fire, the radiation, and the slow passage of centuries. We will explore how ordinary men and women became something both fragile and enduring. Not through sudden transformation, but through time, exposure, and resilience. This is the story of memory preserved in damaged flesh, of voices that survived when cities fell silent. As you rest, let these distant echoes guide you through the origins, the struggles, and the quiet persistence of those known as ghouls. Before the world was reshaped by fire and radiation, life moved according to carefully arranged routines and familiar expectations. Cities rose in clean lines of steel and glass. Suburbs expanded outward in quiet rows of identical homes. Highways carried endless streams of vehicles between workplaces, shopping centers, and neighborhoods built on the promise of stability. In this age, technology was celebrated as a solution to every problem, and scientific advancement was treated as a form of national pride. Medical science, in particular, stood at the center of this optimism. Hospitals were equipped with advanced diagnostic machines, automated surgical tools, and experimental treatment chambers designed to extend life and improve health. Doctors spoke confidently about conquering disease, slowing aging, and repairing damaged tissue. Advertisements promised quick recoveries, painless procedures, and brighter futures made possible through innovation. Radiation, during this era, was viewed primarily as a tool rather than a threat. Nuclear reactors powered cities, atomic engines drove vehicles, radioactive isotopes were used in medicine, industry, and research laboratories. Educational broadcasts explained how controlled exposure could assist in cancer treatment and diagnostic imaging. Government agencies reassured citizens that radiation, when properly managed, was safe, predictable, and beneficial. This belief was reinforced through constant messaging. Public service announcements featured cheerful families practicing emergency drills. Pamphlets described radiation shelters as comfortable and well-stocked. Schools taught children that civil defense systems would protect them in any emergency. The language was calm, precise, and reassuring. Danger was presented as distant and manageable. Corporations played a major role in shaping this perception. Vault-Tec promoted its shelters as luxurious underground communities designed for long-term living. West-Tech advertised breakthroughs in biological enhancement and medical resilience. Robco promised automation that would eliminate human error. Each company emphasized reliability and safety, cultivating public trust in systems that were, in reality, only partially understood. Within research facilities, scientists worked on projects that blurred the line between medicine and experimentation. Studies on radiation tolerance explored how human cells responded to prolonged exposure. Military-funded laboratories investigated methods of enhancing soldier survivability in extreme environments. Classified reports documented unusual regenerative responses in test subjects exposed to low-level radiation over extended periods. These findings were rarely shared with the public. Instead, official publications focused on positive outcomes, increased productivity, faster healing, improved resistance to illness. The darker implications remained confined to sealed folders and restricted databases. Ethical concerns were addressed quietly, if at all. In an atmosphere shaped by competition and fear of foreign rivals, progress was valued above caution. Daily life reflected this confidence. Families gathered around televisions that broadcast news of technological triumphs. Children played with toy robots and miniature atomic cars. Restaurants served irradiated produce certified as perfectly safe. Even household appliances carried nuclear branding, reinforcing the idea that atomic power was simply another modern convenience. Military installations expanded across the continent, equipped with experimental gear and fortified research wings. soldiers trained in environments simulating radiation exposure. Protective suits were tested under controlled conditions. Survival manuals instructed personnel on operating within contaminated zones, suggesting that such conditions were not only survivable, but expected in future conflicts. At the same time, social culture encouraged trust in authority. Government officials delivered speeches filled with technical language and measured optimism. Journalists repeated official statements without significant scrutiny. Public debates about safety were framed as unpatriotic distractions. Doubt was quietly discouraged, yet beneath this surface of certainty, small signs of instability appeared. Minor reactor malfunctions were classified. Laboratory accidents were reported as routine maintenance issues. Workers in certain facilities experienced unexplained illnesses that were attributed to stress or lifestyle choices. Lawsuits were settled quietly, accompanied by non-disclosure agreements. Medical journals occasionally published cautious articles about cellular degradation linked to radiation exposure. These papers suggested that long-term effects were not fully understood. Funding for such research was often redirected or reduced. Researchers learned which topics advanced careers and which stalled them. In residential neighborhoods near industrial zones, residents noticed subtle changes. Plants grew unusually large or withered without explanation. Pets developed strange illnesses. Water tasted faintly metallic. Complaints were met with polite assurances and technical explanations that few fully comprehended. Despite these irregularities, faith in the system remained strong. The infrastructure appeared stable. Power grids functioned. Transportation networks expanded. Communication satellites maintained constant coverage. From the outside, society seemed organized and resilient. Education reinforced this worldview. Textbooks emphasized scientific triumphs and downplayed risks. Students learned about nuclear physics through simplified diagrams and optimistic case studies. Teachers were provided with standardized materials designed to maintain consistent messaging. Medical professionals, bound by institutional protocols, often followed prescribed guidelines without questioning underlying assumptions. Treatments involving radioactive materials were administered routinely. Monitoring equipment measured exposure levels, but acceptable limits were defined by agencies invested in continued development. Within corporate boardrooms and government offices, discussions sometimes reflected deeper concern. Projections of long-term environmental impact circulated among select officials. Contingency plans were drafted and revised. Emergency response simulations grew increasingly complex, yet these preparations were rarely disclosed. The prevailing philosophy was that any problem could be solved through more research, more funding, and more technological refinement. Limits were viewed as temporary obstacles rather than permanent realities. Humanity, it was believed, stood on the edge of mastering its environment completely. This mindset shaped how society approached risk. Rather than avoiding hazardous practices, institutions sought to manage them through layers of regulation and oversight. Each new safety measure created the impression of increased control, even as underlying systems grew more complicated and fragile. Public confidence was maintained through carefully curated information. Success stories were amplified, failures were minimized, statistics were presented without broader context. Over time, this created a shared narrative in which catastrophe seemed improbable. In this world of controlled optimism, few imagined that radiation could become a permanent companion to human life. It was regarded as something external, measurable, and containable, a force that could be turned on and off at will. The idea that exposure might slowly reshape the human body, altering its biology and extending its existence in unexpected ways, belonged more to speculative fiction than serious science. Longevity beyond natural limits was discussed in abstract terms, not as a consequence of environmental damage. And so, as cities expanded and laboratories continued their work, society moved forward with quiet confidence. Beneath bright lights and polished advertisements, experiments continued, data accumulated, warnings were filed away. The foundations of future transformation were already in place, hidden within research notes, exposure records, and overlooked anomalies. Long before the bombs fell, the conditions that would give rise to ghoulification were forming, layer by invisible layer, within a civilization that believed it was perfectly prepared. As scientific institutions expanded during the final decades before the Great War, research into human biology became increasingly intertwined with military ambition. Laboratories once dedicated to treating illness and improving public health were gradually redirected toward projects focused on endurance, resilience, and survival under extreme conditions. In a world shaped by global tension and resource scarcity, the human body itself was viewed as another system to be optimized. Among the most significant of these efforts was the development of experimental mutagens designed to enhance physical performance and resistance to environmental hazards. Funded through joint partnerships between private corporations and federal agencies, these programs operated under layers of secrecy. Officially, they were described as defensive medical initiatives. In practice, they explored how far human physiology could be altered without immediate collapse. West Tech Research Facility stood at the center of this transformation. Originally founded to pursue advanced weapon systems and medical technologies, it soon became a hub for classified biological experimentation. Scientists working within its reinforced walls studied viral vectors, cellular regeneration, and genetic manipulation. Their most ambitious creation, the forced evolutionary virus, was designed to rewrite human DNA in controlled ways. The virus was never intended for public use. It was conceived as a military asset, capable of producing soldiers who could survive radiation, disease, and chemical warfare. Early test subjects demonstrated remarkable increases in strength and durability. Tissue samples showed rapid cellular repair and unusual resistance to degradation, yet these benefits came at the cost of severe physical and cognitive changes. Internal reports documented instability in neural development, hormonal regulation, and emotional processing. Subjects experienced memory loss, behavioral shifts, and loss of fine motor control. Some became aggressive, others withdrew into near silence. These outcomes were classified as acceptable side effects within the context of national security. Parallel research programs operated in government laboratories across the continent. Some focused on radiation tolerance, examining how prolonged exposure affected bone marrow, organ function, and genetic integrity. Others studied regenerative therapies derived from mutated animal specimens recovered near testing sites. Each program contributed fragments of knowledge to a growing archive of human adaptability. Medical researchers also investigated ways to slow cellular aging. Using radioactive isotopes and experimental compounds, they attempted to stimulate tissue renewal and delay senescence. In limited trials, certain subjects exhibited slow deterioration of muscle and organ systems. Wrinkles faded, hair loss slowed, immune responses strengthened. These effects were temporary, but they hinted at possibilities beyond conventional medicine. Military funding encouraged aggressive experimentation. Timelines were shortened, ethical review processes were streamlined. Volunteer consent forms were rewritten in technical language few participants fully understood. Many test subjects were drawn from vulnerable populations, including prisoners, debtors, and displaced workers. Some experiments involved controlled radiation exposure combined with chemical treatments. Researchers monitored how cells adapted when repeatedly damaged and repaired. In several cases, tissues developed abnormal resilience, resisting apoptosis and continuing to function despite extensive mutation. These findings were recorded with interest and concern. Outside classified facilities, universities, and private institutes pursued related studies under civilian oversight. They examined environmental mutagenesis, studying plants and animals near nuclear testing grounds. Certain organisms exhibited accelerated adaptation, developing resistance to radiation that exceeded theoretical limits. Scientists debated whether similar mechanisms could operate in humans. Corporate interests further complicated the landscape. Pharmaceutical companies sought patents on compounds that enhanced radiation tolerance. Defense contractors invested in wearable protection systems and biochemical supplements. Each innovation promised greater safety, but also increased dependence on experimental technologies. Information flow between programs was fragmented. Data silos prevented comprehensive understanding. One laboratory might observe regenerative anomalies, while another documented neurological decline without connecting the patterns. Classified barriers prevented holistic analysis. Within scientific circles, quiet disagreements emerged. Some researchers warned that cumulative genetic damage could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Others argued that controlled mutation represented the future of human evolution. Funding agencies favored optimism, rewarding proposals that emphasized potential benefits. Public-facing science maintained a reassuring tone. Academic conferences highlighted breakthroughs in cancer treatment and organ repair. Press releases celebrated advances in prosthetics and synthetic tissues. Few references were made to military-funded experiments or classified failures. The cultural atmosphere reinforced this selective visibility. Films and advertisements portrayed scientists as benevolent innovators. Technological progress was framed as morally neutral, driven by necessity rather than choice. Questions about long-term consequences rarely reached mainstream discussion. In medical schools, students learned standardized protocols based on incomplete data. Radiation safety guidelines were updated regularly, yet acceptable exposure thresholds continued to rise. What had once been considered dangerous became routine through gradual normalization. Some physicians noticed anomalies among patients who had participated in government trials. Individuals exhibited delayed wound healing, followed by sudden regenerative surges. Others showed early signs of neurological deterioration despite otherwise robust health. These cases were difficult to document due to confidentiality restrictions. Over time, patterns began to emerge within restricted databases. Subjects exposed to combined radiation and biochemical treatments tended to display extended lifespans. Their cells resisted decay. Their immune systems adapted continuously. However, their long-term mental stability remained uncertain. These findings did not halt experimentation. Instead, they intensified it. Each irregularity was treated as a problem to be solved through further testing. Each failure generated new protocols. The pursuit of mastery over biology became self-perpetuating. Meanwhile, environmental contamination spread slowly outward from testing sites and industrial zones. Low-level radiation entered soil, water, and food chains. Populations living nearby experienced gradual exposure without formal enrollment in any program. Their bodies became unwitting participants in a vast, uncontrolled experiment. Government agencies monitored these regions discreetly. Health surveys tracked mutation rates and disease prevalence. Results were compared with laboratory data. The distinction between experimental subject and civilian population blurred. By the time global tensions reached their breaking point, humanity had already altered itself in subtle ways. Cells had learned to survive repeated damage. DNA repair mechanisms had been pushed beyond natural limit. Regenerative responses had been artificially stimulated and reinforced. The scientific foundations of ghoulification were not the product of a single discovery or accident. They were assembled over decades through fragmented research, classified compromises, and relentless pursuit of resilience. Long before the sky burned, human biology had begun its quiet transformation. In sealed laboratories and contaminated landscapes, the first steps toward unnatural longevity were already underway. Recorded in forgotten files and overlooked symptoms, waiting for history to provide the final catalyst. As international tensions deepened and the possibility of open conflict became increasingly difficult to ignore, governments turned their attention toward preparing civilian populations for potential catastrophe. Rather than confronting fear directly, officials chose to manage it through structured programs, standardized messaging, and carefully designed systems of reassurance. Civil defense became both a practical initiative and a psychological framework through which society learned to feel protected. Across cities and towns, sirens were installed on rooftops and public buildings. Emergency broadcast systems were tested regularly, filling the air with steady tones and scripted announcements. Schools conducted evacuation drills. Office workers practiced shelter procedures. These routines were presented as simple precautions, comparable to fire drills or weather alerts. Repetition transformed uncertainty into habit. Public shelters were constructed beneath government buildings, transportation hubs, and residential complexes. Some were reinforced basements. Others were purpose-built bunkers, lined with concrete and steel. They were stocked with canned food, water purification tablets, medical kits, and portable generators. Instructional posters explained how to conserve resources and maintain morale during confinement. Educational campaigns accompanied these preparations. Illustrated pamphlets were distributed through mailboxes and community centers. They described the effects of radiation in simplified terms and emphasized that proper sheltering could prevent serious harm. Diagrams showed families gathered calmly around tables inside underground rooms, reading books and sharing meals. Broadcast media reinforced these images. Television programs featured friendly presenters demonstrating emergency procedures. Radio segments offered advice on assembling survival kits. Newspapers printed special supplements outlining civil defense plans. The language was reassuring and technical, designed to convey competence and control. Central to this system was the concept of predictability. Officials emphasized timelines for rescue, recovery, and reconstruction. They spoke of temporary displacement and short-term disruption. The idea that normal life would resume within days or weeks was repeated frequently. Catastrophe was framed as a manageable interruption rather than a permanent transformation. Vault-Tec Corporation emerged as the most visible symbol of this philosophy. Through glossy advertisements and public tours, it presented its underground shelters as advanced communities equipped with schools, clinics, entertainment facilities, and agricultural systems. Promotional materials highlighted comfort, safety, and long-term sustainability. Families were encouraged to register for vault placement. Eligibility criteria were vague, creating the impression that participation was widespread and accessible. In reality, selection processes were opaque and highly restricted. Contracts were filled with dense legal language. Few applicants understood the full implications of enrollment. Government agencies collaborated closely with corporate partners. Infrastructure funding supported both public shelters and private facilities. Information sharing agreements allowed Vault-Tec and other contractors access to emergency planning data. Oversight mechanisms existed on paper, but enforcement was limited. Civil defense extended beyond physical structures. Psychological resilience programs were introduced in schools and workplaces. Counselors taught stress management techniques designed for crisis scenarios. Training manuals emphasized obedience to authority and adherence to instructions. Maintaining order was considered as important as physical protection. Neighborhood watch groups were organized to assist during emergencies. Volunteers received basic training in first aid, crowd control, and communication protocols. These programs fostered a sense of collective responsibility, while also reinforcing hierarchical command structures. At the same time, officials discouraged independent preparation. Unauthorized shelters and private stockpiles were portrayed as inefficient and potentially dangerous. Citizens were urged to rely on official systems rather than personal initiatives. Centralization was presented as a guarantee of safety. Behind closed doors, planners recognized significant limitations. Shelter capacity fell far short of population size. Supply estimates assumed short-term occupancy. Evacuation routes were vulnerable to congestion and damage. These concerns were discussed in internal memoranda, but rarely shared publicly. Radiation modeling simulations produced conflicting results. Some projected survivable exposure levels under ideal conditions. Others predicted widespread contamination and long-term health effects. The more alarming projections were classified or reinterpreted to fit optimistic narratives. Medical advisors debated appropriate response strategies. Some advocated mass distribution of protective drugs and supplements. Others questioned their effectiveness. Ultimately, limited stockpiles were reserved for essential personnel, while public plans focused on sheltering and waiting. In industrial regions, civil defense measures were often symbolic. Aging infrastructure and environmental contamination increased vulnerability, yet investment remained minimal. Residents were assured that existing facilities were sufficient, despite evidence to the contrary. Media organizations cooperated closely with government agencies. Editorial guidelines encouraged responsible reporting and avoidance of panic-inducing language. Journalists who pursued critical investigations faced restricted access and professional pressure. Over time, coverage became increasingly uniform. Public trust was cultivated through consistency. Announcements followed standardized formats. Officials appeared regularly on broadcasts. Emergency drills were scheduled predictably. Familiarity bred confidence, even when underlying systems were fragile. Children grew up internalizing these routines. They learned to recognize siren tones and shelter symbols. Classroom posters illustrated proper posture during drills. Songs and rhymes incorporated safety instructions. Preparedness became part of everyday culture. In workplaces, employees participated in mandatory training sessions. Supervisors maintained emergency contact lists. Storage rooms were converted into makeshift shelters. Compliance was monitored and recorded. Religious institutions and community organizations integrated civil defense messaging into their activities. Sermons and meetings emphasized resilience and unity. Preparedness was framed as both civic duty and moral responsibility. Despite this extensive network of preparation, genuine understanding remained limited. Few citizens grasped the true scale of nuclear devastation. Radiation was still perceived as a temporary hazard, something that could be endured and escaped. The possibility that exposure might linger indefinitely, reshaping bodies and environments for generations, was rarely acknowledged. Emergency plans focused on immediate survival rather than long-term adaptation. By presenting catastrophe as predictable and controllable, civil defense systems created a powerful illusion of security. Shelters, drills, and broadcasts formed a protective narrative that masked uncertainty. When the final alarms would one day sound, millions would follow familiar procedures with quiet trust. They would descend into basements and bunkers, carrying with them carefully packed kits and carefully cultivated expectations. Few suspected that these systems, designed to preserve normality, were built upon assumptions that no longer matched reality. Beneath layers of concrete and reassurance, the foundations of survival were already compromised, shaped by optimism, secrecy, and a belief that preparation alone could overcome forces beyond human control. In the early hours of October 23, 2077, the systems designed to monitor global stability began registering patterns that had been anticipated for decades and yet never fully believed. Radar installations detected unfamiliar trajectories. Communication networks recorded sudden bursts of encrypted transmissions. Command centers exchanged coded messages that confirmed what planners had long feared and quietly postponed. Within minutes, Warning protocols were activated across multiple continents. Automated defense systems shifted from standby to alert status. Sirens prepared to sound. Emergency broadcasters loaded pre-written scripts. In underground facilities, personnel assumed assigned positions and waited for confirmation that no further verification could provide. At the highest levels of government, decision-makers confronted compressed timelines measured in seconds rather than hours. Strategic doctrines that had been refined through simulations were enacted in real time. Authorization sequences were completed. Launch systems responded with mechanical precision. Across the globe, missiles rose from silos, submarines, and mobile platforms. Their trajectories intersected high above oceans and continents, tracing invisible arcs through the upper atmosphere. Each carried payloads designed to release energy on a scale previously confined to theoretical models and historical memory. In cities, the first public warning signals echoed through streets and buildings. Sirens wailed in rising and falling patterns. Emergency broadcasts interrupted regular programming. Calm voices instructed listeners to seek shelter immediately. Instructions repeated familiar phrases learned through years of drills. Some people reacted instantly, gathering families and supplies before moving toward designated shelters. Others hesitated, uncertain whether the alarms signaled another exercise. Many attempted to contact relatives and friends, overwhelming communication networks already strained by emergency traffic. Transportation systems quickly became congested, highways filled with vehicles moving in conflicting directions. Public transit stations overflowed, pedestrians crowded sidewalks, searching for entrances marked with civil defense symbols. In hospitals and care facilities, staff began emergency protocols. Patients were moved toward reinforced areas. Backup generators were activated. Records were secured. Doctors and nurses worked with practiced efficiency, balancing urgency with limited resources. Military bases entered full operational mode. Aircraft were launched, naval vessels dispersed. Ground units sealed perimeters. Secure communication lines carried fragmented reports from multiple theaters. Commanders attempted to coordinate responses in an environment saturated with uncertainty. Within less than an hour, the first detonations occurred. High-altitude bursts disrupted electromagnetic systems. Power grids failed. Satellites ceased transmitting. Radio signals degraded into static. Digital infrastructure collapsed under simultaneous physical and electronic assault. Then, across urban and industrial regions, surface explosions followed. Brilliant flashes illuminated entire horizons. Shockwaves traveled faster than sound, flattening structures and shattering windows miles away. Temperatures rose instantaneously, igniting combustible materials and vaporizing exposed surfaces. In coastal cities, reflections from water amplified the brightness of detonations. The atmosphere itself became a conduit for destruction, carrying heat and pressure outward in expanding rings. Shelters designed for limited impact struggled to withstand sustained forces. Some entrances collapsed, ventilation systems failed, seals fractured under stress. In basements and bunkers, occupants experienced violent tremors and sudden darkness as external power sources disappeared. Above ground, entire districts were erased within moments. Skyscrapers folded inward, residential blocks disintegrated, bridges collapsed. Industrial complexes erupted in secondary explosions as fuel reserves and chemical stores ignited. Firestorms developed where clusters of detonations overlapped. Superheated air rose rapidly, drawing in oxygen from surrounding areas. Winds intensified, feeding flames that consumed remaining structures. Streets became channels of heat and smoke. Radiation spread simultaneously. Gamma rays and neutron emissions penetrated buildings and terrain. Fallout particles were lifted into towering clouds, carried by prevailing winds across regions far beyond initial impact zones. Invisible contamination settled onto soil, water, and infrastructure. In rural areas, distant flashes marked the destruction of urban centers. Residents watched horizons glow before receiving delayed shockwaves. Many had no access to shelters. Others improvised, seeking cover in cellars, tunnels, and natural depressions. Emergency services were quickly overwhelmed. Communication failures prevented coordinated response. Fire departments lacked water pressure. Medical facilities exceeded capacity within minutes. Transportation routes were blocked by debris and abandoned vehicles. Within hours, organized governance effectively ceased in many regions. Leadership structures fragmented. Remaining officials struggled to assess conditions. Reports were incomplete and contradictory. Decision-making reverted to localized improvisation. Weather patterns began interacting with atmospheric debris. Ash and particulate matter dimmed sunlight. Temperatures dropped. Precipitation carried radioactive material into watersheds and agricultural zones. Crops were contaminated before harvest. Those who survived initial blasts emerged into landscapes transformed beyond recognition. Familiar landmarks were reduced to scorched outlines. Air carried metallic tastes and chemical odors. Visibility was limited by drifting smoke and dust. Protective equipment proved insufficient against prolonged exposure. Filters clogged, seals degraded. Improvised coverings offered minimal shielding. Many individuals accumulated significant radiation doses within the first days. In shelters that remained intact, supplies dwindled faster than projected. Sanitation systems failed. Medical complications multiplied. Psychological stress intensified as occupants realized rescue might not arrive. Rumors spread through fragmented communication channels. Some claimed certain regions remained untouched. Others described entire continents in ruins. Verification was impossible. Information became as scarce as food and clean water. Military remnants attempted limited relief operations. Convoys navigated unstable terrain. Aircraft operated without reliable navigation systems. Casualties mounted from exposure and equipment failure. The social order that had governed pre-war life dissolved under cumulative strain. Property boundaries lost meaning. Currency became irrelevant. Survival replaced routine as the primary organizing principle. Amid this collapse, biological consequences unfolded quietly and relentlessly. Cells damaged by radiation struggled to repair themselves. Immune systems faltered. Genetic material accumulated errors at unprecedented rates. Some organisms perished quickly. Others adapted in unexpected ways. In the weeks that followed, the world entered a prolonged twilight. Sunlight filtered through contaminated skies. Ecosystems reorganized. Human populations contracted and dispersed. October 23rd marked not only the destruction of civilization's visible structures, but the beginning of a new biological era. In the aftermath of fire and fallout, the conditions that would shape future generations had been irrevocably established. From this moment forward, survival would depend not on technology or infrastructure, but on the capacity of living systems to endure sustained damage. Within the ruined landscapes, the first true test of humanity's altered biology had begun. In the hours and days after the detonations, those who remained alive did not yet understand the full nature of what had begun inside their own bodies. Survival, at first, was immediate and practical. They searched for water that did not taste of ash. They gathered unburned food from shattered markets and overturned delivery trucks. They sealed broken windows with fabric and tape, believing that keeping dust outside would be enough. Subway tunnels became refuges. Beneath the collapsed streets of major cities, thousands descended into stations once used for daily commutes. The platforms were crowded with people clutching bags and blankets, their faces illuminated by flickering emergency lights. Some tunnels were sealed by debris, trapping entire groups underground. Others remained partially open, allowing a constant drift of contaminated air to circulate slowly through the darkness. Basements and storage rooms served as improvised shelters. Families huddled near battery-powered radios, listening to static and fragmented broadcasts. When transmissions stopped entirely, silence settled heavily across the underground spaces. The absence of information became its own form of pressure. Hospitals faced a different reality. Facilities that had survived structural damage filled quickly with burn victims, trauma patients, and those already suffering from acute radiation sickness. Skin blistered and peeled, hair fell away in clumps. Nausea and weakness spread among patients and staff alike. Medical supplies, designed for localized emergencies, proved insufficient for continent-wide devastation. Doctors attempted to treat symptoms without understanding the scale of exposure. Iodine tablets were distributed where available. Intravenous fluids were rationed. Protective gear, already limited, was reused beyond recommended thresholds. In some wards, both caregivers and patients deteriorated together. Above ground, smoke lingered for days. Ash fell like quiet snowfall, coating vehicles and rooftops in a fine grey layer. Wind carried radioactive particles into every crevice. Rain mixed with fallout, creating dark streaks along shattered walls. Water collected in gutters and low-lying areas, forming contaminated pools that reflected dim light. Those who ventured outside often did so out of necessity. They searched for relatives, supplies, or safer shelter. Many returned complaining of burning sensations on their skin and metallic tastes in their mouths. Others did not return at all. Radiation levels varied widely depending on proximity to impact zones and prevailing winds. In some areas, exposure was intense and immediate, leading to rapid decline. In others, it accumulated gradually. Individuals who believed themselves safe within partially intact buildings absorbed steady doses without obvious warning signs. During the first week, patterns of illness began to diverge. Some survivors experienced severe symptoms quickly and succumbed. Others displayed milder reactions, stabilizing after initial waves of nausea and fatigue. These differences were attributed to luck, shelter quality, or personal constitution. Food shortages emerged as supply chains failed completely. Refrigeration systems had ceased functioning. Packaged goods were scavenged rapidly. Canned items became precious commodities. Many resorted to consuming whatever could be found, unaware of the contamination levels present in produce and stored grain. Water posed an even greater challenge. Municipal systems were compromised by damaged infrastructure and radioactive infiltration. Wells provided limited relief, but groundwater itself was often tainted. Boiling could remove pathogens, but not radiation. In isolated pockets, organized groups attempted to maintain structure. Former emergency personnel established rationing systems. Volunteers cleaned debris and reinforced shelter entrances. Community leaders reassured frightened residents with promises of eventual assistance. Yet beneath these efforts, subtle biological processes were unfolding. In individuals exposed to high but non-lethal radiation levels, cellular damage accumulated at extraordinary rates. DNA strands fractured and reassembled imperfectly. Repair mechanisms activated continuously, sometimes stabilizing mutations that would previously have been fatal. Skin began to change in certain survivors. Burns that should have led to infection instead hardened and darkened. Tissue thinned and tightened. Hair failed to regrow. Facial features altered slowly as collagen degraded and failed to regenerate in conventional patterns. These transformations were not immediate. They occurred over weeks and months. Survivors initially interpreted them as delayed effects of radiation sickness. Few imagined that their bodies were entering a prolonged adaptive state. In underground shelters that remained occupied for extended periods, exposure to trapped fallout intensified cumulative doses. Ventilation systems, once designed for temporary use, circulated contaminated air. Residents spent long stretches without sunlight, further weakening immune systems already strained by stress and malnutrition. Some individuals noticed unusual resilience. Wounds that should have festered closed unexpectedly. Bruises faded without typical discoloration. Fevers subsided without lasting organ damage. These anomalies were rare at first and often overlooked amid widespread suffering. Children exhibited varied responses. Some perished quickly due to vulnerability. Others adapted in unpredictable ways. Families observed that certain relatives seemed to stabilize while others deteriorated rapidly. Attempts to explain these differences relied on speculation rather than evidence. Psychological strain compounded physical decline. The collapse of communication and authority created pervasive uncertainty. Survivors struggled with grief, guilt, and isolation. Nightmares were common. Sleep, when it came, was shallow and restless. As weeks passed, it became clear that no immediate rescue would arrive. Military convoys were sporadic and often unable to provide substantial aid. Rumors of functioning regions persisted, but lacked verification. Gradually, survivors began emerging more frequently into the altered landscape. They assessed damage and sought long-term shelter in partially intact structures. Makeshift communities formed in places shielded from worst impact zones. It was within these early settlements that the first recognizable cases of ghoulification took shape. Individuals who had endured prolonged radiation exposure without succumbing began to display consistent physical characteristics. Skin leathery and discolored, hair permanently absent, eyes clouded but functional, voices roughened by damaged tissue. At first, these changes inspired fear. Some believed the afflicted were contagious, others considered them cursed or doomed. Yet those undergoing transformation remained conscious, articulate, and often remarkably durable. The distinction between fatal exposure and transformative exposure was poorly understood. Survival itself became the only clear indicator. Those who stabilized entered a new category of existence without formal recognition or terminology. The immediate aftermath of the Great War was defined by chaos and loss. But within that devastation, biological adaptation quietly began reshaping a portion of humanity. The firestorm had ended cities, but it had also initiated a process that would extend far beyond the lifespan of those first survivors. In the dim light of ruined streets and crowded tunnels, the earliest foundations of ghoulification were taking hold, unnoticed by most and misunderstood by all. As months passed and emergency conditions gave way to long-term survival, radiation exposure became a constant presence rather than an isolated event. The initial waves of fallout had settled, but contamination remained embedded in soil, water, and infrastructure. Invisible particles clung to concrete, metal, and vegetation. Every movement through the ruins stirred them into the air again. Survivors learned to recognize certain regions as dangerous without fully understanding why. Cratered districts glowed faintly at night. Industrial zones emitted persistent heat. Abandoned reactors and weapons facilities radiated energy long after their operators had vanished. These places became known through experience rather than measurement. Without functioning monitoring equipment, people relied on physical sensations to assess safety. Tingling skin, headaches, nausea, and dizziness served as informal warning signs. Prolonged stays in certain locations produced fatigue and weakness that faded only when individuals relocated. Food sources gradually shifted from pre-war stockpiles to scavenged and cultivated supplies. Crops grown in contaminated soil absorbed radioactive material. Mutated fungi and root vegetables thrived where traditional plants failed. Hunters tracked animals that had adapted to altered ecosystems. Every meal carried traces of environmental exposure. Water remained an even more consistent vector. Rivers and reservoirs collected runoff from impact zones. Rainfall redistributed fallout across wide regions. Wells drew from aquifers slowly infiltrated by radioactive particles. Filtration systems were rare and unreliable. As years progressed, exposure became cumulative. Small daily doses added to lingering internal contamination. Human bodies, already stressed by malnutrition and disease, were forced to repair radiation damage continuously. Cellular turnover accelerated. Repair mechanisms remained permanently active. For many individuals, this constant strain proved fatal. Organ failure, cancers, and immune collapse claimed countless lives. Yet among those who survived, unusual patterns emerged. Certain bodies adapted to sustain damage, stabilizing mutations rather than eliminating them. Medical knowledge, once abundant, fragmented. Textbooks were lost. Databases became inaccessible. Physicians relied on memory and improvisation. Treatments were based on observation rather than controlled study. Over time, informal classifications of radiation response developed within communities. Some survivors were labeled fragile, requiring frequent rest and protected environments. Others were considered resistant, capable of traveling through hazardous zones with limited consequences. These distinctions influenced labor roles and settlement planning. Individuals who exhibited early signs of ghoulification often fell into the latter category. They tolerated radiation levels that incapacitated others. Their wounds healed slowly but reliably. Infections were less common. Pain responses diminished. Environmental hotspots played a crucial role in this process. Ruined power plants, military depots, and testing grounds emitted continuous radiation. Scavengers who operated in these areas accumulated high exposure. Many perished. A few adapted. Urban centers also remained dangerous long after destruction. Fallout settled unevenly among collapsed buildings. Wind patterns trapped contamination in alleyways and enclosed spaces. Subways and tunnels concentrated radioactive dust. Nomadic groups encountered shifting hazards as they migrated. A safe valley one year might become contaminated after storms redistributed debris. Seasonal changes altered exposure patterns, complicating long-term planning. Over time, survivors developed behavioral adaptations. They avoided certain routes, they rotated living spaces, they limited time in high-risk areas. These practices reduced acute exposure but could not eliminate background contamination. Children born after the war were exposed from conception. Maternal bodies carried radioactive particles. Placental barriers offered limited protection. Some infants were born with developmental abnormalities. Others displayed early resilience. This generational exposure influenced genetic stability. Mutations became more frequent. Some were harmful, others enhanced resistance. Natural selection operated rapidly within small, isolated populations. In certain settlements, elders observed that individuals who had endured early intense exposure were more likely to survive long-term contamination. Their bodies had already undergone significant adaptation. Later exposures added incrementally rather than catastrophically. Social perceptions began to shift. Radiation was no longer viewed solely as an external threat. It became part of the environment, like weather or terrain. Survivors spoke of hot zones and cold zones as naturally as they once discussed seasons. Religious and philosophical interpretations emerged. Some communities believed exposure purified the body. Others considered it a test of endurance. These beliefs influenced settlement locations and risk tolerance. Trade routes developed around relative safety. Caravans mapped regions of tolerable exposure. Rest stops were chosen based on historical survival rates. Information about dangerous zones circulated through oral networks. Despite these adaptations, uncertainty persisted. Radiation levels fluctuated unpredictably. Storms stirred buried contamination. Structural collapses released trapped particles. No location remained permanently safe. Within this unstable landscape, individuals experiencing slow ghoulification continued to accumulate exposure without immediate collapse. Their altered biology processed damage differently. Damaged cells were replaced with mutated equivalents rather than eliminated. Skin thickened and lost sensitivity. Internal organs adjusted metabolic processes. immune systems recalibrated to tolerate abnormal tissues. These changes occurred gradually, often unnoticed by those undergoing them. Mental adaptation accompanied physical change. Survivors accustomed themselves to chronic discomfort. Pain thresholds shifted. Emotional responses to danger softened. What once provoked panic became routine. In rare cases, individuals actively sought radiation sources, believing increased exposure strengthened their resilience. Some joined cult-like groups centered on irradiated sites. Others operated independently as scavengers in forbidden zones. Medical practitioners observed that moderate, sustained exposure seemed more conducive to adaptation than extreme bursts. Those who avoided lethal doses but remained consistently contaminated were more likely to survive long-term. This pattern reinforced the emergence of a distinct population. People neither fully human nor immediately doomed, shaped by continuous environmental pressure. They existed in a state of prolonged transformation. The long exposure phenomenon did not produce sudden metamorphosis. It was a slow negotiation between biology and environment. Each day added microscopic changes. Each year solidified them. Through dust storms, contaminated rainfall, and irradiated soil, humanity learned to exist within a damaged world. For some, this coexistence proved impossible. For others, it became the foundation of a new form of life. By enduring radiation as a constant companion rather than a passing disaster, these survivors laid the groundwork for true ghoulification. Their bodies had accepted the altered world and, in doing so, begun to reflect it permanently. Years after the firestorms had faded into memory and the ash had settled into the soil, certain individuals began to stand apart from the rest of the surviving population. Their transformation had not occurred overnight. It had unfolded slowly, layer by layer, as their bodies negotiated a constant exchange with radiation. What had first appeared to be lingering sickness revealed itself as something far more stable. In scattered settlements across the former United States, reports circulated of people who no longer seemed to age. Their skin had darkened and tightened, drawn close against bone. Hair had fallen away permanently. Their voices carried a coarse texture, as though shaped by smoke and dust. Yet they walked, spoke, and reasoned much as they had before. These were not the feral creatures that would later haunt ruins. They retained memory and personality. They remembered families lost in the Great War. They recalled the names of streets that no longer existed. They spoke of pre-war routines with clarity that unsettled younger generations. The earliest confirmed communities of such individuals appeared in heavily irradiated regions where long exposure had been unavoidable. In the ruins of Bakersfield, later known as Necropolis, a concentration of radiation survivors formed one of the first organized ghoul settlements. Many had once sought refuge in Vault 15's surrounding territories before being forced into contaminated zones. Over time, those who endured the radiation developed shared physical characteristics. Necropolis was not built out of optimism. It emerged from necessity. Its inhabitants occupied subterranean chambers and damaged structures, adapting infrastructure to their altered biology. Radiation that remained hazardous to most humans caused them less harm. They navigated hot zones with relative ease, scavenging resources that others avoided. Elsewhere, in the ruins of Washington, the settlement known as Underworld formed within the Museum of History. Ghouls gathered there, not only for protection from environmental hazards, but from discrimination. Their longevity gave them a collective memory that stretched back to the earliest days after the bombs. In each case, the defining feature was stability. These individuals had passed through the acute phase of radiation sickness and emerged into a new equilibrium. Medical observers, where they existed, noted the cessation of normal aging markers. Wrinkles did not deepen with time. Bone density stabilized. Internal organs functioned despite extensive mutation. The physical process appeared to involve extensive cellular necrosis, followed by partial regeneration. Skin layers died and hardened. Sweat glands ceased normal function. Hair follicles atrophied. Yet beneath this deterioration, tissues adapted to tolerate ongoing radiation exposure. Longevity became one of the most striking characteristics. Survivors who had been adults at the time of the Great War remained alive more than 2 centuries later. Their chronological age far exceeded any pre-war life expectancy. Time marked them through memory rather than appearance. Social reactions were complex. In many settlements, the first sight of a ghoul provoked fear. Their appearance contradicted expectations of human vitality. Rumors spread that they were contagious or cursed. Some communities expelled them preemptively, yet their resilience made them valuable. Ghouls could retrieve supplies from irradiated areas inaccessible to others. They could serve as guides through contaminated terrain. In some regions, this utility granted them reluctant acceptance. Personal narratives from early ghouls reveal a gradual awareness of transformation. At first, they attributed changes to injury. Later, they recognized that aging had halted. Friends and relatives who had not undergone similar exposure grew older and died. While they remained, this divergence created emotional strain. Some withdrew from relationships to avoid repeated grief. Others embraced their role as witnesses, preserving stories of a vanished world. Their memories became living archives. Physiologically, the line between survival and further degradation remained uncertain. Some ghouls maintained mental clarity for centuries. Others eventually deteriorated into feral states. The factors determining this divergence were poorly understood. Despite limited scientific infrastructure, certain patterns were observed. Continuous low-level radiation exposure appeared to sustain cellular adaptation. Sudden removal from contaminated environments sometimes led to weakness. Ghouls seemed biologically tuned to a world that had reshaped them. Over time, terminology evolved. The word ghoul, once associated with folklore and horror, became a practical descriptor. It acknowledged physical alteration without necessarily implying moral judgment. Among themselves, many ghouls adopted the term with a degree of acceptance. The first true ghouls represented a new branch of post-war humanity. They were not products of deliberate experimentation like supermutants. They were not robots or synthetic constructs. They were survivors whose biology had stabilized under extreme conditions. Their existence challenged assumptions about mortality. In a world defined by scarcity and short lifespans, they endured. This endurance inspired both suspicion and awe. In settlements such as the Slog in the Commonwealth, ghouls cultivated crops and maintained trade relationships. Their capacity to work in irradiated fields provided economic advantages. These communities demonstrated that ghoulification did not preclude cooperation or productivity. As decades passed, younger generations encountered ghouls as fixtures of the wasteland rather than anomalies. Children born long after the war listened to stories told by individuals who had witnessed it firsthand. This continuity of memory became one of the defining features of ghoul identity. Yet the process that had created them remained mysterious. No reliable method existed to induce controlled ghoulification. Exposure levels varied widely. Many who attempted to replicate the transformation perished. Thus, the first true ghouls stood as both proof of adaptation and reminder of unpredictability. They embodied the unintended consequences of radiation combined with pre-war biological research. Their presence marked the beginning of a new chapter in human evolution, one shaped not by design but by survival. In the quiet corridors of ruined cities and the sheltered halls of early settlements, they moved with deliberate calm. They were living evidence that the Great War had not ended humanity entirely, but had altered its form in ways no one had foreseen. As ghoul communities became established and individual cases accumulated across the wasteland, observers began attempting to understand the biological mechanisms behind this unusual form of survival. without formal laboratories or advanced equipment. Most early analysis relied on careful observation, rudimentary testing, and the shared experiences of those undergoing transformation. Pre-war scientific records, where they could be recovered, provided partial context. Archived medical texts described radiation-induced cellular damage, DNA fragmentation, and organ failure. Classified documents hinted at regenerative anomalies observed in experimental subjects. When combined with post-war observations, these materials suggested that ghoulification represented a complex interaction between destruction and repair. At the cellular level, radiation inflicted extensive damage on genetic material. DNA strands were broken repeatedly. In normal humans, such damage typically triggered programmed cell death. This mechanism prevented the proliferation of unstable cells, but led to tissue degeneration when damage was widespread. In ghouls, this process appeared altered. Apoptosis, the natural self-destruction of damaged cells, was suppressed. Instead of eliminating compromised tissue, the body preserved it and attempted continuous repair. This allowed mutated cells to persist and replicate. Repair mechanisms operated at accelerated rates. Enzymes responsible for reconstructing DNA remained permanently active. Errors accumulated, but so did compensatory structures. Over time, tissues stabilized around these altered templates. Skin provided the most visible evidence of this process. Repeated radiation burns destroyed surface layers. Regeneration replaced them with dense, fibrous tissue lacking normal elasticity. Pigmentation changed as melanin distribution became irregular. Blood vessels migrated closer to the surface, giving skin its characteristic darkened, mottled appearance. Hair follicles proved especially vulnerable. Radiation damaged their regenerative capacity, leading to permanent loss. Sweat glands and oil-producing structures also deteriorated, reducing natural moisture and contributing to leathery texture. Muscle tissue underwent gradual restructuring. Fibers became more resistant to tearing but less flexible. Strength often remained adequate, though endurance fluctuated. Fine motor control diminished in some individuals due to nerve damage. Bone marrow, normally responsible for producing blood cells, adapted in unusual ways. In many ghouls, marrow activity persisted despite genetic abnormalities. White blood cell production shifted toward heightened tolerance of mutated tissues, reducing autoimmune responses. This immune recalibration prevented the body from attacking its own altered cells. It also reduced vulnerability to certain infections, though at the cost of slower responses to novel pathogens. Internal organs displayed mixed patterns. Livers and kidneys adapted to process contaminated fluids. Lung tissue thickened, filtering particulate matter. Digestive systems adjusted to extract nutrients from low-quality food. These adaptations were imperfect, but sufficient for survival. One of the most significant changes involved cellular senescence. In typical human biology, cells eventually cease dividing and enter irreversible aging states. In ghouls, this process was delayed or disrupted. Many cells continued dividing beyond normal limits. This extended replicative capacity contributed to longevity. However, it also increased mutation rates. Without strict regulation, genetic drift accelerated. Stability depended on delicate balances that varied between individuals. Pain perception shifted as nerve endings degraded and regenerated abnormally. Many ghouls reported reduced sensitivity to injury. Minor wounds often went unnoticed. Severe trauma still caused discomfort, but emotional responses to pain were muted. Metabolic processes slowed over time. Energy requirements decreased. Ghouls required less food than humans of similar size. They could endure prolonged periods of scarcity without immediate collapse. Radiation itself played an ongoing role. Rather than functioning solely as a toxin, low-level exposure appeared to stimulate regenerative pathways. In some cases, removal from contaminated environments led to weakness and lethargy, suggesting partial dependence. Neurological changes were more variable. In stable ghouls, brain tissue maintained functional connectivity despite structural damage. Memory circuits remained intact. Cognitive processing slowed slightly but remained coherent. In others, progressive deterioration occurred. Neural pathways fragmented. Neurotransmitter regulation failed. These cases often preceded feralization, though causation was difficult to establish. Hormonal systems adjusted to altered physiology. Stress hormones remained elevated chronically. Growth factors persisted longer than normal. Reproductive functions ceased in most individuals, reflecting systemic prioritization of survival over reproduction. Cellular hydration mechanisms changed as sweat and oil production declined. Skin retained less moisture. Internal tissues compensated through altered electrolyte balance. Dehydration tolerance increased modestly. Microscopic examination of ghoul tissue, when possible, revealed mosaic patterns of mutation. Healthy and damaged cells coexisted in close proximity. Structural irregularities were common, yet overall organization persisted. This coexistence of damage and function defined ghoul biology. Rather than restoring normality, the body accepted abnormality as its new baseline. Stability emerged not from perfection, but from managed imperfection. Pre-war genetic modifications and experimental exposures likely predisposed certain individuals to this adaptation. Those who had participated in military or corporate trials exhibited higher survival rates in some regions. Their altered repair mechanisms provided a foundation upon which radiation-driven changes could build. Environmental factors further influenced outcomes. Nutrient availability, stress levels, and continued exposure shaped individual trajectories. No two cases were identical. Despite centuries of observation, complete understanding remained elusive. Without advanced instrumentation and coordinated research, explanations remained provisional. Ghoulification resisted simple classification. What could be established was that it represented a sustained biological response to extreme conditions. It was neither purely degeneration nor pure enhancement. It was an equilibrium forged under pressure. Through constant repair, selective tolerance, and gradual restructuring, ghoul bodies became adapted to a damaged world. They embodied a form of life built on resilience rather than restoration. This biological foundation supported everything that followed: longevity, resistance, and vulnerability. It explained why some survived when others perished. It revealed how humanity, confronted with annihilation, had rewritten its own physical limits. Within each ghoul existed a living record of radiation's influence, preserved in altered cells and imperfect systems. Their bodies were not merely scarred by history, they had been reshaped by it, molecule by molecule, into something uniquely suited for survival in the wasteland. While physical transformation was the most visible aspect of ghoulification, changes within the mind were equally profound and often more difficult to understand. Survivors who became ghouls did not merely endure altered bodies, they were required to adapt psychologically to extended lifespans, persistent hardship, and gradual separation from conventional humanity. In the first years after the Great War, most survivors experienced intense emotional strain. Grief for lost families and communities remained constant. Memories of firestorms and collapse resurfaced in dreams and waking thoughts. Fear and uncertainty shaped daily decisions. For many, these pressures proved overwhelming. Those who survived long enough to stabilize physically also began developing coping mechanisms. Repetition of routines became essential. Regular scavenging routes, fixed sleeping areas, and predictable social interactions provided structure in an unstable world. Familiar patterns reduced anxiety and preserved a sense of continuity. Memory retention was one of the defining features of early ghouls. Unlike many trauma survivors who experienced fragmented recall, stable ghouls often preserved detailed recollections of pre-war life. They remembered streets, songs, recipes, and conversations. These memories became internal refuges, places where the past remained accessible. At the same time, emotional responses gradually flattened. Constant exposure to loss and danger reduced sensitivity. Events that would once have provoked strong reactions began to register faintly. This emotional numbing functioned as a protective adaptation, allowing individuals to continue functioning despite relentless stress. Loneliness became a recurring theme. As decades passed, non-ghoul companions aged and died. Friendships ended through mortality rather than conflict. Romantic relationships rarely endured beyond a few decades. Ghouls learned to expect separation. Some responded by withdrawing socially. They limited attachments, avoiding deep bonds to reduce future grief. Others sought out fellow ghouls, forming communities where shared longevity reduced emotional disparity. Identity preservation required conscious effort. Many ghouls clung to pre-war professions, titles, and habits. Former engineers continued repairing machines. Teachers offered informal lessons. Shopkeepers maintained meticulous records. These roles anchored self-perception. Language also played a stabilizing role. Some retained pre-war speech patterns and vocabulary long after cultural shifts rendered them obsolete. This linguistic continuity reinforced personal history. Trauma manifested in subtle ways. Nightmares persisted for centuries in some individuals. Sudden, loud noises triggered defensive reactions. Certain smells or sights evoked involuntary memories. These responses diminished over time, but rarely disappeared entirely. The perception of time altered significantly. When lifespans extended beyond typical human limits, short-term urgency diminished. Ghouls often described years as passing quickly, while decades blurred together. Planning horizons expanded. Immediate gratification lost importance. This altered temporal awareness influenced behavior. Many adopted patient, deliberate approaches to problem-solving. Others struggled with apathy, feeling detached from rapid social changes among human populations. Cognitive processing slowed slightly in most cases, reflecting neurological adaptation. Thought patterns became more methodical, impulsivity decreased, emotional decision-making gave way to cautious evaluation. However, these changes were not universal. Some individuals remained highly expressive and reactive. Personality traits persisted, shaped but not erased by transformation. Pre-war optimism, cynicism, humor, and stubbornness often endured. Social stigma exerted additional psychological pressure. Discrimination, exclusion, and violence reinforced feelings of otherness. Repeated rejection led some ghouls to internalize negative perceptions, lowering self-worth. In regions where ghoul communities were accepted, mental health outcomes tended to be more stable. Support networks mitigated isolation. Shared experiences normalized altered appearance and longevity. Spiritual and philosophical frameworks emerged as coping tools. Some ghouls interpreted their survival as purposeful, others viewed it as accidental endurance. Religious beliefs were adapted to accommodate extended existence. New rituals marked anniversaries and losses. Artistic expression provided another outlet. Music, storytelling, and craftsmanship allowed individuals to process experiences creatively. Oral histories preserved collective memory while offering emotional release. Mental resilience correlated strongly with social engagement. Ghouls who maintained active roles in trade, governance, or education demonstrated greater psychological stability. Purpose counteracted despair. Conversely, prolonged isolation increased vulnerability to cognitive decline. Solitary scavengers and hermits exhibited higher rates of confusion, paranoia, and eventual feralization. Lack of stimulation accelerated deterioration. Chemical dependence also emerged as a risk factor. Some ghouls relied on chems and alcohol to manage discomfort and memories. Long-term use impaired judgment and exacerbated neurological damage. Despite these challenges, many ghouls displayed remarkable adaptability. They learned to navigate shifting political landscapes, evolving technologies, and changing social norms. Their extended perspective enabled nuanced understanding of recurring patterns. Witnessing repeated cycles of rise and collapse fostered a pragmatic worldview. Ideologies were treated cautiously. Promises of utopia were met with skepticism. Experience tempered expectation. Intergenerational relationships presented unique dynamics. Ghouls often served as mentors to younger humans, transmitting historical knowledge. These interactions reinforced identity and relevance. Yet, emotional fatigue accumulated. After centuries of observation, some individuals experienced profound weariness. Motivation waned, curiosity diminished, life continued, but enthusiasm faded. This state of emotional exhaustion did not always lead to feralization. In many cases, it resulted in quiet withdrawal and reduced activity. Such individuals remained functional but detached. Psychological adaptation to ghoulification thus represented a balance between endurance and erosion. Memory preservation supported identity. Emotional flattening reduced suffering. Social bonds provided meaning. Where these elements aligned, individuals maintained coherence for centuries. Where they failed, deterioration followed. The mind, like the body, learned to survive through compromise. It accepted loss of intensity in exchange for continuity. It traded immediacy for longevity. Through this gradual adjustment, ghouls became not only biological survivors, but psychological witnesses. They carried histories within their memories, shaped by time, loss, and adaptation. In the quiet routines of daily life and the distant echoes of pre-war memories, their minds reflected the same principle that governed their bodies. Survival, through acceptance of imperfection, sustained across generations of change. As the presence of ghouls became more visible across the wasteland, human communities were forced to confront a form of survival that challenged long-held assumptions about health, mortality, and identity. Early reactions were shaped less by scientific understanding and more by fear, superstition, and fragmented cultural memory. In many settlements, the first encounter with a ghoul occurred unexpectedly. A traveler would approach a trading post. A scavenger would emerge from a contaminated zone. A former neighbor would return after months of absence, altered beyond recognition. These moments disrupted fragile notions of normality. Appearance played a decisive role in shaping perception. Leathery skin, exposed musculature, clouded eyes, and missing hair triggered instinctive responses associated with disease and decay. Without medical context, these traits were interpreted as signs of contagion or moral corruption. Rumors spread rapidly through oral networks. Some claimed ghouls were walking corpses. Others insisted they carried invisible poisons. Stories circulated of people falling ill after brief contact. Few of these accounts could be verified, yet they influenced behavior. In isolated towns, fear often translated into exclusion. Armed guards denied entry to visibly altered individuals. Makeshift barriers were erected at settlement gates. Notices warned travelers against harboring mutants. These measures were justified as necessary precautions. Violence was not uncommon. Scavengers encountered ambushes when approaching human camps. Ghouls traveling alone were targeted by raiders who assumed they had little legal or social protection. Some were killed simply to eliminate perceived risk. Religious interpretations added another layer of response. Certain groups viewed ghoulification as divine punishment for pre-war excess. Others interpreted it as a sign of spiritual trial. These beliefs influenced whether communities offered shelter or rejection. In regions where resources were scarce, competition intensified hostility. Settlers feared that allowing radiation-resistant individuals into their communities would strain limited food and water supplies. Survival calculations often outweighed ethical considerations. Yet reactions were not uniformly negative. Some communities recognized practical advantages. Ghouls could retrieve supplies from irradiated ruins. They could repair machinery in contaminated facilities. Their endurance reduced risk for others. In these settlements, conditional acceptance emerged. Ghouls were permitted to trade and work, but often restricted in housing and governance. They lived on the outskirts or in designated zones. Social integration remained limited. Language reflected this ambivalence. Terms like smooth skin and rot face entered common usage, reinforcing distinction. Humor and insult blended, creating normalized forms of othering. Even friendly interactions often carried subtle reminders of difference. Children raised in mixed communities displayed more nuanced attitudes. Exposure reduced fear. Familiarity humanized altered appearances. In some regions, younger generations accepted ghouls as ordinary members of society. Elders, by contrast, often retained stronger biases rooted in early post-war trauma. Memories of sickness and mass death shaped their interpretations. For them, visible mutations symbolized vulnerability. Political structures also influenced responses. In territories governed by organized factions, policies varied. Some administrations implemented formal regulations regarding ghoul residency and employment. Others left decisions to local authorities. The New California Republic, for example, debated citizenship rights for ghouls. Legal recognition fluctuated with public opinion and leadership changes. Periods of inclusion alternated with renewed discrimination. Smaller settlements lacked such frameworks. Decisions were personal and immediate. A single influential leader could determine whether ghouls were welcomed or expelled. Trade networks moderated extremes. Caravans valued reliability over appearance. Ghouls who proved trustworthy gained reputations that facilitated movement. Economic interdependence softened prejudice. Nevertheless, social boundaries remained persistent. Intermarriage was rare, shared rituals were limited. Ghouls were often excluded from festivals and communal gatherings. These separations reinforced psychological distance. Some individuals attempted to conceal early stages of transformation. They avoided public spaces. They covered skin with clothing and masks. This secrecy reflected fear of ostracism and violence. As time passed, recognizable patterns emerged. Communities that relied heavily on scavenging and salvage tended to be more tolerant due to practical necessity. Agricultural settlements were more resistant, prioritizing perceived purity and stability. Environmental context mattered as well. In highly contaminated regions, ghoul presence was normalized. In relatively clean zones, it remained exceptional. Media remnants from pre-war times influenced attitudes. Films and literature portraying mutants and monsters shaped subconscious associations. These narratives resurfaced in post-war folklore. Despite prejudice, interpersonal bonds sometimes overcame general hostility. Individuals who had known ghouls before transformation often maintained relationships. Shared history counteracted abstract fear. Acts of solidarity occurred quietly. Families sheltered altered relatives. Merchants extended credit. Doctors attempted experimental treatments. These efforts rarely gained public recognition. Over generations, exposure to ghoul communities gradually reduced shock value. What had once seemed unnatural became part of the social landscape. However, normalization did not equate to equality. Suspicion lingered. Political scapegoating resurfaced during crises. Ghouls were blamed for shortages, outbreaks, and security breaches. Their visibility made them convenient targets. The early wasteland response to ghoulification thus oscillated between rejection and reluctant acceptance. Fear and utility competed continuously. Compassion struggled against survival anxiety. Through these interactions, social hierarchies solidified. Ghouls occupied ambiguous positions, neither fully excluded nor fully embraced. Their status reflected broader uncertainties about identity in a transformed world. By navigating hostility, negotiation, and adaptation, early ghouls learned to survive not only environmental hazards but social ones. Their resilience extended beyond biology into the realm of collective life, shaping patterns of coexistence that would persist for centuries. Over time, scattered individuals who had endured radiation and stabilized into ghoulhood began seeking one another. The early years after the war had been defined by isolation, fear, and uncertainty. Yet as patterns of survival emerged, so too did the realization that shared experience offered protection and understanding that solitary life could not provide. Necropolis became one of the earliest and most enduring examples of this shift. Built within the ruins of Bakersfield, it grew in tunnels and beneath shattered streets where radiation levels remained too high for most humans. For ghouls, however, these zones were tolerable. What had once been a site of mass suffering transformed into a place of relative refuge. The structures were crude at first. Collapsed subway systems and underground chambers were cleared of debris. Water was drawn from compromised sources and purified as best as possible. Lighting was improvised using salvage generators. Over time, Necropolis developed internal organization, trade practices, and leadership. Its inhabitants shared not only altered biology, but also collective memory. Many remembered the war itself. Some had been residents of nearby vaults before being expelled into irradiated wasteland. These memories shaped a cautious worldview. Trust was extended carefully, but once given, it was maintained with loyalty. Elsewhere, similar patterns emerged. In the ruins of Washington, the settlement later known as Underworld formed within the Museum of History. The choice of location carried symbolic weight. Surrounded by relics of pre-war civilization, ghouls gathered to preserve fragments of culture and identity. Underworld was not merely a shelter. It became a functioning town. Merchants traded salvage and crafted goods. Guards maintained order. Residents established routines that mirrored pre-war urban life in simplified form. The presence of historical artifacts reinforced continuity with the past. In the Commonwealth, the Slog developed as a farming community composed primarily of ghouls. Located near irradiated marshland, it took advantage of land others considered unusable. Through persistence and adaptation, its residents cultivated tarberries and other hardy crops. These settlements demonstrated that ghoul communities were not inherently isolated or hostile. They engaged in commerce with neighboring human towns. They negotiated access to resources. In some cases, they provided specialized services, such as radiation zone scavenging. The formation of these communities was driven by practical considerations, as much as social comfort. Shared biology allowed for residence in areas unsuitable for others. Shared experience reduced stigma. Mutual defense increased survival prospects. Governance structures varied. Some settlements adopted informal leadership based on respect and longevity. Elders who had witnessed the earliest days of the wasteland often assumed advisory roles. In other cases, leadership rotated or was contested through debate rather than violence. Cultural practices evolved organically. Commemorations marked anniversaries of the war. Storytelling sessions preserved personal histories. Music, often drawn from pre-war recordings, filled communal spaces. Housing arrangements reflected both necessity and preference. Underground chambers were favored in high radiation zones. In cleaner areas, above-ground buildings were restored partially. Interior modifications accommodated altered physiology, including reduced need for heating due to diminished sweat production. Trade networks connected ghoul communities to broader wasteland economies. Caravans traveled between Necropolis, Underworld, and other hubs. Ghouls often served as intermediaries, leveraging their resilience to navigate contaminated routes. Education, though informal, played a role. Younger ghouls and children of mixed communities learned reading and practical skills from elders. Knowledge transfer preserved technical expertise that might otherwise have been lost. Not all ghoul settlements were stable. Resource shortages and external hostility sometimes forced relocation. In some regions, human militias targeted ghoul enclaves, viewing them as threats. Such attacks reinforced the need for defensive coordination. Despite these challenges, ghoul communities often exhibited strong internal cohesion. Shared vulnerability fostered solidarity. Disputes were resolved through dialogue more frequently than violence, though conflicts did occur. Religion and belief systems varied. Some communities adopted secular approaches focused on survival and memory. Others integrated spiritual interpretations of radiation and transformation. Diversity of thought reflected diversity of origin. Integration with nearby human settlements remained complex. Trade partnerships coexisted with social segregation. In some cases, ghouls were allowed entry only during designated hours. In others, mixed communities formed gradually. Longevity influenced governance. Leaders who had served for decades provided continuity but also risked stagnation. Younger members sometimes advocated for change, creating generational tensions even within extended lifespans. Healthcare practices adapted to unique needs. Traditional human medicine was modified to address altered physiology. Chems were used cautiously to manage pain and neurological decline. Informal healers gained reputation through experience. The existence of stable ghoul communities challenged narratives of mutation as pure degeneration. They demonstrated capacity for organization, agriculture, commerce, and culture. Their settlements became evidence of adaptation rather than collapse. At the same time, they remained vulnerable to external pressures. Political shifts in larger factions influenced treatment of ghouls. Economic downturns intensified prejudice. Environmental changes disrupted agriculture. Through negotiation and resilience, ghoul communities carved spaces within the wasteland. They were neither hidden enclaves nor dominant powers. They occupied an intermediate position, sustained by cooperation and shared history. In the quiet halls of Necropolis, the curated exhibits of underworld, and the irrigated fields of the slog, a pattern became clear. Ghoulification did not isolate individuals permanently. It encouraged new forms of collective life. Within these communities, altered bodies were normalized. Scarred faces were familiar. Extended lifespans were expected. Memory became communal property, preserved through conversation and ritual. By gathering together, early ghouls transformed individual survival into social endurance. They built places where time accumulated rather than erased identity, laying foundations for centuries of coexistence in a world reshaped by radiation. As ghoul communities became more visible and established, patterns of exclusion began to formalize within human settlements. What had initially been spontaneous reactions driven by fear and uncertainty gradually evolved into structured systems of discrimination. Prejudice was no longer only personal, it became institutional. In many towns, governing councils introduced residency restrictions. Ghouls were prohibited from owning property within central districts. Housing permits were denied. Informal settlements were pushed toward marginal land near waste sites, industrial ruins, or defensive perimeters. These policies were justified as measures to protect public health and order. Employment barriers followed. Merchants refused to hire ghouls for customer-facing roles. Workshops restricted access to sensitive equipment. Agricultural cooperatives limited participation in shared fields. Even when ghouls possessed relevant skills, appearance often outweighed competence. Official explanations emphasized safety. Authorities claimed that radiation residues might contaminate workplaces. They argued that ghoul physiology was unpredictable. Few of these assertions were supported by evidence, yet they circulated unchallenged. Documentation requirements reinforced exclusion. Travel permits, identification papers, and trade licenses were issued selectively. Ghouls faced delays and denials when attempting to register. Without legal recognition, they became vulnerable to exploitation and harassment. Some settlements imposed curfews. Ghouls were required to leave populated areas after sunset. Enforcement varied, but the presence of armed patrols served as constant reminder of conditional acceptance. Public services reflected similar biases. Clinics limited treatment options. Relief distributions prioritized human residents. Emergency shelters denied entry during crises. These practices normalized unequal access to essential resources. Political participation was restricted explicitly in certain territories. Voting rights, where they existed, were denied to visibly altered individuals. Representation in councils and assemblies was rare. Decisions affecting ghoul populations were made without their involvement. Economic marginalization compounded social isolation. Excluded from formal employment, many ghouls turned to scavenging, hazardous labor, or informal trade. These activities increased exposure to danger and reinforced stereotypes linking ghouls with risk. Education systems also reflected institutional prejudice. Children of ghouls were discouraged from attending mainstream schools. In some cases, separate instruction was offered with limited resources. These divisions perpetuated cycles of disadvantage. Legal frameworks rarely addressed discrimination directly. Most post-war codes prioritized security and resource management. Equal protection principles were inconsistently applied. Complaints filed by ghouls were often dismissed or ignored. In territories controlled by larger factions, discrimination became codified. Regulations defined permissible zones for ghoul residents. Tax policies favored human-owned enterprises. Licensing schemes imposed additional fees on non-human residents. The Brotherhood of Steel, while focused primarily on technological control, reinforced negative perceptions through doctrinal statements. Mutated individuals were categorized as potential threats. Field manuals encouraged caution and containment. These classifications influenced local attitudes. Within the new California Republic, debates over civil rights reflected broader tensions. Some legislators argued for inclusion based on productivity and loyalty. Others warned of public backlash. Policies shifted with political cycles, creating instability. Smaller communities often mirrored these dynamics without formal documentation. Social norms determined access to markets and meeting spaces. Exclusion was enforced through gossip, intimidation, and collective pressure. Discrimination was not always overt. Subtle practices proved equally effective. Prices were inflated for ghoul customers. Service was delayed. Requests were ignored. These micro-exclusions accumulated over time. Internalized stigma affected many individuals. Repeated rejection led some ghouls to accept marginal status as inevitable. Aspirations were adjusted downward. Opportunities were not pursued. Resistance emerged sporadically. Ghoul merchants formed cooperatives. Caravan groups negotiated collective contracts. Community leaders petitioned for recognition. Success depended on local conditions and political climates. Alliances with sympathetic humans provided limited protection. Advocates argued publicly against discriminatory measures. Some officials risked backlash by supporting inclusion. These efforts rarely achieved systemic change, but improved conditions in specific regions. Cultural narratives reinforced institutional bias. Popular stories depicted ghouls as tragic figures or lurking dangers. Folktales warned children against approaching mutated strangers. These representations shaped perception from early age. Media remnants, when accessible, were selectively interpreted. Pre-war fiction featuring monsters was repurposed as cautionary metaphor. Nuanced portrayals were forgotten. Security incidents amplified prejudice. When crimes involved ghouls, they were generalized to entire populations. Comparable actions by humans were treated as individual deviations. During resource shortages, scapegoating intensified. Leaders redirected frustration toward marginalized groups. Ghouls became convenient symbols of disorder and contamination. Yet, institutional discrimination was never absolute. Practical necessity often moderated policy. Towns reliant on irradiated zone scavenging made exceptions. Military outposts employed ghouls for hazardous patrols. Trade hubs tolerated their presence. These contradictions revealed underlying dependence. While officially marginalized, ghouls remained integrated into critical functions. Their exclusion was ideological rather than functional. Over generations, discriminatory structures hardened. New residents inherited biased norms without first-hand experience of early post-war chaos. Prejudice became tradition. Despite this, ghoul communities persisted. Networks of mutual aid compensated for external barriers. Informal economies flourished. Cultural cohesion strengthened. Institutional discrimination shaped the social landscape of the wasteland as much as radiation shaped its environment. It determined where people could live, work, and participate. It defined boundaries of belonging. Through navigating these systems, ghouls developed resilience beyond biology. They learned legal language, negotiation tactics, and collective defense. Survival extended into the political realm. In confronting exclusion embedded within governance and commerce, ghoul communities refined their capacity to endure. Their continued existence testified not only to physical adaptation, but to persistent resistance against structures designed to confine them. Vaults were conceived as symbols of safety, engineered to preserve fragments of humanity beneath layers of reinforced earth and steel. To the public, they represented preparation and foresight. To those who entered them, they promised continuity in a shattered world. Yet for many, these shelters became environments that quietly contributed to the earliest pathways of ghoulification. Not all vaults were designed with the same purpose. While promotional materials emphasized comfort and sustainability, internal documentation revealed that many were constructed as controlled social and scientific experiments. Variables such as isolation, resource scarcity, genetic diversity, and environmental exposure were deliberately manipulated. In several vaults, radiation shielding was imperfect by design or neglect. Minor structural flaws allowed low levels of contamination to enter ventilation systems. Over decades, these small leaks resulted in chronic exposure for residents who believed themselves protected. Some facilities were positioned near industrial or military zones that became heavily irradiated after the war. Fallout settled on access points and maintenance shafts. Without external maintenance crews, degradation accelerated. Protective barriers weakened slowly, unnoticed by occupants. Vault medical teams monitored health trends, but their data was often filtered through experimental objectives. Unusual symptoms were recorded and categorized. Treatment protocols were adjusted to observe outcomes rather than ensure optimal recovery. In vaults, where long-term habitation was intended, population management policies shaped genetic resilience. Selective breeding programs, limited partner choices, and demographic controls influenced susceptibility to radiation-related mutation. Residents who developed early signs of cellular instability were sometimes isolated under the guise of medical care. Others were expelled when deemed liabilities. These individuals often emerged into the wasteland already weakened and contaminated. One of the most documented examples involved Vault 12, constructed with deliberately compromised radiation shielding. It exposed residents to continuous low-level contamination. When its doors failed to seal properly during the Great War, inhabitants experienced intense initial exposure followed by decades of sustained radiation. Survivors of Vault 12 became some of the earliest ghouls. Their transformation was neither accidental nor entirely uncontrolled. It was the outcome of experimental negligence combined with environmental catastrophe. Their settlement, later known as Necropolis, reflected this origin. Other vaults experienced unplanned failures, power systems malfunctioned, filtration units clogged, water recycling loops accumulated radioactive particles. In isolated environments, contamination concentrated rather than dissipated. Psychological stress compounded physical effects. Confined living intensified emotional strain. Limited medical resources restricted response capacity. In such conditions, biological adaptation unfolded alongside social tension. Vault dwellers who became ghouls often carried distinct behavioral traits shaped by prolonged confinement. They valued routine and hierarchy. They maintained meticulous records. They exhibited strong attachment to designated roles. These traits influenced post-war ghoul communities. Many early leaders had vault backgrounds. Their organizational habits facilitated settlement formation and governance. Some vaults conducted direct radiation experiments. Controlled exposure chambers were used to test tolerance. Subjects were monitored for cellular response and longevity. In most cases, these trials resulted in death. In rare instances, survivors displayed adaptive patterns. Information from these programs remained fragmented, data terminals degraded, encryption keys were lost, only partial records survived. Later generations reconstructed events through scattered logs and oral testimony. Vault residents who were expelled due to mutation faced unique challenges. Lacking survival experience, they entered hostile environments unprepared. Many perished. Those who survived often joined ghoul communities, bringing technical knowledge with them. Vault-Tech's contractual language complicated accountability. Legal documents emphasized voluntary participation and risk acceptance. Post-war interpretations were meaningless in the absence of enforceable institutions. In vaults where leadership prioritized secrecy, residents were kept uninformed about exposure levels. Symptoms were dismissed as stress or malnutrition. By the time patterns were recognized, intervention was impossible. Some vaults attempted improvised repairs. Maintenance crews reinforced compromised seals. Filters were replaced with salvaged components. These measures reduced acute exposure but could not reverse accumulated damage. Children born in compromised vaults experienced early mutation. Their developing systems adapted from conception. Some exhibited heightened resistance. Others suffered severe abnormalities. These generational effects blurred distinctions between vault and wasteland ghouls. Both groups shared altered physiology, though shaped by different trajectories. Vault communities that maintained full isolation for extended periods produced few ghouls. Effective shielding and strict controls prevented contamination. However, when such vaults eventually opened, their inhabitants encountered hazardous environments without prior adaptation. These individuals were often more vulnerable than long-term surface survivors. Sudden exposure overwhelmed unconditioned systems. Some developed acute sickness, others began delayed transformation. Thus, vaults served paradoxical roles. They preserved some populations while indirectly contributing to mutation in others. They functioned as incubators for both stability and adaptation. Vault-Tech's experimental legacy extended into ghoul biology. Pre-war decisions about design and oversight influenced post-war survival patterns. Ethical compromises reverberated across centuries. Within ghoul communities, vault origin became a marker of identity. Stories circulated about life underground, about artificial sunlight and rationed meals. These narratives reinforced shared history. Former vault dwellers often retained technical literacy. They maintained generators, repaired terminals, and interpreted old schematics. Their skills enhanced communal resilience. At the same time, memories of confinement lingered. Some exhibited claustrophobic tendencies. Others preferred subterranean living, finding comfort in enclosed spaces. The intersection of vault systems and ghoulification revealed how controlled environments could amplify unintended consequences. By attempting to regulate every variable, designers created conditions where minor failures produced long-term biological shifts. Radiation did not simply breach vault walls, it entered through overlooked seams, corrupted filtration cycles, and compromised infrastructure. It infiltrated lives through assumptions of safety. For those who emerged altered, the vault represented both refuge and origin of transformation. It had shielded them from immediate destruction while exposing them to slow, persistent harm. In this way, the vault system became entwined with the history of ghoulification. It demonstrated that survival was shaped not only by catastrophe, but by the structures built in anticipation of it. Beneath layers of concrete and controlled environments, the seeds of adaptation were quietly sown, long before surface settlements formed, within sealed corridors and regulated routines. The earliest institutional pathways toward ghoulhood had already begun. As organized factions began asserting influence across the wasteland, few possessed greater technological authority or ideological rigidity than the Brotherhood of Steel. Emerging from remnants of the pre-war military, the Brotherhood viewed itself as guardian of advanced knowledge and protector against humanity's self-destructive tendencies. This worldview shaped every aspect of its interaction with mutated populations, including ghouls. From its earliest formations, the Brotherhood prioritized preservation of technology above all else. Advanced weapons, energy systems, and research archives were considered both dangerous and sacred. Control was justified through a belief that misuse had caused the Great War and that centralized stewardship was necessary to prevent repetition. Within this framework, mutation represented instability. Biological alteration was interpreted as deviation from an idealized human baseline. Ghouls, whose bodies visibly embodied radiation's effects, were categorized alongside supermutants and other altered beings as evidence of technological excess. Early Brotherhood field manuals classified ghouls as potential hazards. Though not inherently hostile, they were considered unpredictable due to unknown physiological processes. Patrol units were instructed to approach with caution, maintain distance, and avoid prolonged contact. These directives reflected limited scientific understanding. Brotherhood medical divisions lacked comprehensive data on ghoul biology. Without reliable diagnostics, risk assessments relied on appearance and anecdotal reports. In the capital wasteland, where Brotherhood presence was strong, policy fluctuated. Under certain leadership, pragmatic considerations prevailed. Ghouls were tolerated in settlements such as Underworld, provided they did not interfere with operations. Patrols occasionally offered protection in exchange for information. However, institutional doctrine remained cautious. Mutated individuals were rarely recruited. Access to Brotherhood facilities was restricted. Technical training programs excluded non-baseline humans. The Western Brotherhood adopted even stricter interpretations. Isolationist tendencies reinforced distrust. Ghouls were barred from controlled territories. Contact was limited to trade interactions conducted under supervision. Ideological materials emphasized purity of form and function. Human biology was presented as optimal when unaltered. Deviation was framed as weakness. These narratives shaped recruitment and indoctrination. Some members privately questioned these assumptions. Field operatives who interacted regularly with ghoul traders and guides recognized their reliability. Medics observed stable physiology. These experiences generated internal debate. Nevertheless, dissent rarely translated into policy change. Hierarchical command structures prioritized doctrinal consistency. Orders were implemented uniformly across chapters. Technological priorities further influenced attitudes. The Brotherhood sought uncontaminated genetic material for medical research and potential repopulation initiatives. Ghouls, whose DNA was extensively mutated, were excluded from such considerations. This exclusion reinforced marginalization. Ghouls were denied participation in reconstruction efforts framed as restoring true humanity. Their contributions were undervalued. During major campaigns, Brotherhood forces sometimes cleared irradiated zones of hostile entities without distinguishing between feral and non-feral ghouls. Collateral casualties occurred. Reports categorized losses generically as mutant threats. Such actions deepened mistrust. Ghoul communities learned to avoid Brotherhood patrol routes. Information sharing decreased. Defensive measures increased. In the Commonwealth, interactions became more complex. The Brotherhood's renewed presence under centralized leadership combined technological zeal with moral rhetoric. Public statements emphasized protection of humanity from synthetic and mutated threats. Although leadership occasionally acknowledged that non-feral ghouls were sentient, operational policies remained restrictive. Ghouls were barred from Brotherhood settlements. Recruitment criteria excluded them. Some Brotherhood members developed informal relationships with ghoul individuals. These interactions occurred discreetly. Personal respect coexisted with institutional distance. The Brotherhood's emphasis on classification and containment reflected broader anxieties about loss of control. In a world shaped by uncontrollable forces, rigid boundaries offered psychological stability. By defining ghouls as marginal, the organization reinforced its self-identity as defender of unaltered humanity. This distinction justified resource allocation and strategic priorities, yet contradictions persisted. Brotherhood reliance on scavengers, traders, and local guides often included ghouls. Operational success depended on cooperation with those officially excluded. In emergency situations, such as large-scale mutant incursions, pragmatic alliances formed. Ghouls participated in defensive actions. Their radiation tolerance proved advantageous in contaminated battlefields. After crises subsided, restrictive policies resumed. Temporary inclusion did not result in lasting change. Over decades, this pattern repeated. Crisis encouraged cooperation. Stability restored separation. Institutional memory favored caution over integration. Within Brotherhood archives, occasional reports acknowledged ghoul longevity and reliability. Some analysts proposed specialized roles for radiation-resistant personnel. These proposals rarely advanced. Leadership transitions influenced tone, but not structure. Individual commanders might adopt softer stances. Systemic frameworks persisted. For ghouls, Brotherhood presence represented both protection and threat. Patrols reduced raider activity. They also enforced exclusion. Communities navigated this duality carefully. The Brotherhood's approach to ghoulification reflected its broader philosophy. Technology was to be controlled, mutation was to be contained, history was to be prevented from repeating. In prioritizing preservation over adaptation, the organization maintained distance from those shaped by radiation. Ghouls became reminders of what had gone wrong rather than examples of survival. This perspective limited mutual understanding. Opportunities for collaborative research and social integration were missed. Fear of deviation constrained learning. Yet within individual interactions, complexity remained. Soldiers shared stories with traders. Medics treated wounded scavengers. Respect developed quietly. These moments suggested alternative paths that institutional doctrine did not pursue. They revealed that attitudes toward ghouls were not inherently fixed, but shaped by structures and narratives. Through its policies and practices, the Brotherhood of Steel contributed significantly to the social landscape surrounding ghoulification. Its emphasis on purity, control, and technological stewardship reinforced boundaries that persisted for generations. In doing so, it demonstrated how ideological frameworks could influence biological communities, shaping not only survival, but belonging in a world rebuilt from ruin. As larger political structures re-emerged in the Western territories, the new California Republic became one of the most influential attempts to recreate pre-war governance. Founded on principles drawn from historical democratic models, the NCR sought to establish law, order, and economic stability across expanding regions. Its relationship with ghouls reflected both its ideals and its limitations. From its earliest years, the NCR emphasized citizenship, legal codes, and standardized administration. Individuals living within its borders were expected to register, pay taxes, and comply with regulations. In theory, these systems applied equally to all sentient residents. In practice, inclusion was uneven. Debates over ghoul status emerged quickly as NCR territory expanded into irradiated zones and established contact with ghoul settlement. Some lawmakers argued that ghouls, as surviving humans, deserved full legal recognition. Others contended that extensive mutation disqualified them from citizenship. Legislative records from early assemblies reveal repeated discussions on this issue. Committees examined medical reports, economic data, and security assessments. Testimonies from ghoul representatives were occasionally heard, though rarely decisive. Initial policies tended toward conditional inclusion. Ghouls were permitted to reside within NCR borders, engage in trade, and seek employment. However, access to political participation remained limited. Voting rights were inconsistently granted. Eligibility for public office was generally denied. Military integration represented one of the earliest forms of institutional acceptance. Radiation-resistant individuals proved valuable in hazardous patrol zones and contaminated infrastructure projects. Some ghouls served in auxiliary units, logistics teams, and reconnaissance roles. Service records indicate that these individuals often performed reliably under extreme conditions. Their endurance reduced casualty rates in high-exposure areas. Commanders acknowledged their contributions privately, even when public recognition was limited. Civilian employment presented greater challenges. Labor unions resisted ghoul membership, citing health concerns. Licensing boards imposed additional requirements. In agricultural regions, ghoul farmers faced mixed reception. Their ability to cultivate contaminated land was advantageous, yet neighboring communities feared crop contamination. Disputes over irrigation and land use were frequent. Healthcare policy revealed further contradictions. NCR clinics provided basic treatment to ghouls, but specialized care was rare. Medical research focused primarily on human population. Funding for ghoul-specific studies was limited. Education access varied by district. Some schools accepted ghoul children and adolescents, others enforced informal segregation. Curriculum materials rarely address mutation directly, reinforcing silence around identity. Public opinion fluctuated with economic conditions. During periods of growth, tolerance increased. Labor shortages encouraged inclusion. In times of recession or resource scarcity, resentment intensified. Political leaders navigated these shifts cautiously. Campaign rhetoric emphasized unity and security. Ghoul rights were framed as secondary concerns. Policy reforms advanced slowly. Legal challenges occasionally reached NCR courts. Plaintiffs contested discriminatory ordinances and employment bans. Some rulings favored inclusion, citing constitutional principles. Enforcement remained inconsistent. Border regions displayed greater flexibility. Frontier settlements prioritized survival over ideology. Cooperation between humans and ghouls was common. Informal governance adapted quickly to practical needs. In contrast, urban centers enforced stricter regulations. Bureaucratic systems amplified bias. Paperwork requirements excluded those lacking documentation. Historical records were often unavailable to long-lived individuals. The NCR's expansionist strategy further complicated matters. Newly annexed territories brought diverse populations under centralized authority. Local customs clashed with standardized codes. Ghoul communities negotiated for autonomy. Diplomatic agreements with independent ghoul settlements established trade and transit rights. These accords recognized collective entities rather than individual citizenship. While providing stability, they reinforced separation. Within NCR, military academies, and administrative offices, internal discussions continued. Some analysts argued that ghoul longevity offered institutional advantages. Experienced individuals could serve for decades, preserving institutional memory. Opponents countered that mutation undermined national identity. They warned of social fragmentation. The NCR's approach thus oscillated between pragmatism and hesitation. It acknowledged ghoul utility while resisting full integration. Legal frameworks remained ambiguous. For ghouls living under NCR jurisdiction, this ambiguity created uncertainty. Rights could shift with political tides. Protection depended on local officials. Long-term planning was difficult. Despite these constraints, many ghouls engaged actively with NCR institutions. They paid taxes. They joined civic organizations. They participated in local economies. Their presence normalized gradually. Advocacy groups emerged within and alongside ghoul communities. They organized petitions, published pamphlets, and lobbied representatives. Progress was incremental but persistent. Interpersonal relationships further softened boundaries. Mixed families formed, business partnerships developed, military comradeships endured beyond service. Over generations, these connections accumulated. Prejudice did not disappear, but it evolved. Overt exclusion became less acceptable. Subtle barriers persisted. The NCR's struggle to reconcile ideals with reality reflected broader post-war challenges. Rebuilding civilization required confronting diversity shaped by catastrophe. Ghoulification tested concepts of citizenship and belonging. By navigating legal debates, economic participation, and social negotiation, ghouls within NCR territory helped redefine community boundaries. Their experiences illustrated that political reconstruction was inseparable from biological and cultural adaptation. Through compromise and persistence, they carved spaces within emerging institutions, demonstrating that survival extended into governance and law as much as into physiology. Beyond formal governments and organized factions, vast portions of the wasteland remained under the influence of raiders, slavers, and loosely structured criminal networks. In these regions, survival depended on strength, intimidation, and control of resources. For ghouls, such environments posed particular risks, as altered physiology and limited legal protection made them frequent targets for exploitation. Raiders operated through intimidation and opportunism. They targeted isolated travelers, poorly defended settlements, and scavenging routes. Ghouls traveling alone were especially vulnerable. Their appearance often marked them as outsiders, reducing the likelihood of retaliation from established groups. Some raider bands viewed ghouls as expendable labor. Captured individuals were forced to salvage irradiated ruins, dismantle contaminated machinery, and retrieve hazardous materials. Their radiation tolerance reduced operational risk for captors. Slaver organizations institutionalized this practice. Networks operating along major trade corridors trafficked humans and ghouls alike, but ghouls were often assigned the most dangerous task. They were deployed in radioactive zones, minefields, and unstable structures. Market valuations reflected this hierarchy. Ghouls were priced lower than unaltered humans, based on assumptions about limited lifespan and social standing. These economic calculations reinforced cycles of abuse. Conditions in captivity were harsh. Food was minimal. Medical care was non-existent. Restraints and confinement exacerbated physical deterioration. Psychological stress intensified neurological damage, increasing risk of feralization. Some captives were subjected to experimental practices. Unscrupulous operators attempted to harvest tissue samples, believing ghoul biology held medical value. These procedures were rarely scientific. Most resulted in injury or death. In certain regions, ghoul trafficking developed specialized roles. Brokers arranged transport to industrial ruins. Enforcers guarded hazardous sites. Buyers sought labor for long-term exposure projects. These networks functioned within formal contracts and violent enforcement. Escape was difficult, but not impossible. Radiation zones sometimes provided refuge, as captors were unwilling to pursue. Former captives who survived these escapes often joined ghoul settlements, carrying trauma and survival skills. Not all exploitation involved overt captivity. Some groups coerced ghouls through debt arrangements and protection schemes. Access to water, shelter, or trade routes was exchanged for labor. These arrangements blurred boundaries between employment and enslavement. Raiders also exploited social prejudice. By portraying ghouls as dangerous or disposable, they justified mistreatment. Propaganda circulated within gangs reinforced dehumanization. In territories without centralized authority, justice mechanisms were absent. Victims lacked recourse. Retaliation risked escalation. Many chose compliance over confrontation. Despite this, resistance emerged. Some ghoul communities organized armed patrols to protect trade routes. Others negotiated mutual defense pacts with human settlements. Information networks warned travelers of dangerous zones. Former slaves sometimes became leaders in these efforts. Their experience provided insight into slaver operations. Religious and ideological groups occasionally challenged exploitation. Certain sects condemned slavery as immoral. Their influence was limited but meaningful within specific regions. The existence of exploitative networks affected broader perceptions. Human communities associated ghouls with raider activity due to forced participation. This reinforced stigma. In response, some ghouls avoided trade hubs known for trafficking. Alternative routes were developed. Hidden markets operated within ghoul settlements. Medical consequences of exploitation were severe. Repeated trauma, malnutrition, and chemical exposure accelerated physical decline. Neurological deterioration increased. Rates of feralization were higher among formerly enslaved populations. Psychological impact persisted long after escape. Survivors exhibited hypervigilance, distrust, and social withdrawal. Recovery depended heavily on community support. Not all raider groups were uniformly hostile. Some employed ghouls as equal members. These arrangements were unstable and dependent on leadership. In rare cases, ghoul individuals rose to positions of authority within criminal networks. Their longevity allowed accumulation of experience. Their resilience enhanced survival prospects. Such leaders sometimes moderated abuses within their groups. Nevertheless, systemic exploitation remained prevalent. Lack of institutional protection and persistent prejudice created conditions conducive to abuse. Economic incentives reinforced these practices. Hazardous salvage was profitable. Disposable labor reduced costs. Regulatory absence enabled impunity. Over time, stories of exploitation became embedded in ghoul collective memory. Oral histories preserved accounts of captivity and resistance. These narratives reinforced caution and solidarity. Younger generations learned which routes to avoid, which settlements offered refuge, and which symbols signaled danger. The presence of raiders and slavers shaped ghoul migration patterns. Communities clustered in defensible locations. Mobility was restricted. In some regions, coordinated campaigns against slaver operations succeeded. Joint actions by NCR units, local militias, and ghoul defenders disrupted networks temporarily. Long-term eradication proved elusive. Through enduring exploitation and resisting it, ghoul communities refined collective strategies. They developed vigilance, mutual aid, and negotiation skills. These adaptations extended the concept of survival beyond biology into social resilience. Endurance required navigating not only radiation and scarcity, but deliberate human cruelty. In confronting raiders and slavers, Ghouls demonstrated capacity for organized defense and moral agency. Their experiences revealed how power imbalances shaped post-war life and how marginalized groups forged strength through shared adversity. Hidden beneath layers of reinforced concrete and intellectual secrecy, the Institute represented one of the most advanced surviving centers of scientific research in the post-war world. Descended from the scientists of the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, it preserved pre-war methodologies, equipment, and data with unmatched precision. From its earliest days underground, the Institute regarded radiation and mutation not primarily as social phenomena, but as technical variables to be studied and controlled. Unlike surface factions, the Institute did not view ghouls through moral or cultural lenses. They were considered biological subjects, repositories of long-term exposure data, and living case studies in adaptation. Their existence aligned directly with institutional interests in genetics, longevity, and human modification. Archived research terminals reveal that early Institute scientists began cataloging radiation survivors within decades of the war. Surface expeditions recorded physical characteristics, behavioral patterns, and environmental conditions. These observations were compiled into longitudinal databases. Initial studies focused on cellular regeneration and DNA stability. Tissue samples were collected when possible, often without subjects' knowledge. Blood, skin fragments, and bone marrow were analyzed for mutation density and repair activity. Unlike crude wasteland experimentation, Institute laboratories possessed functional microscopes, sequencing devices, and controlled environments. This allowed precise measurement of genetic drift and enzymatic activity. Findings confirmed that ghoul cells operated under altered regulatory systems. Researchers observed that apoptosis suppression and persistent repair mechanisms were central to longevity. They also noted instability in neural tissue and endocrine regulation, correlating these patterns with eventual fertilization. Rather than pursuing cures, the Institute prioritized mapping. Ghoulification was treated as a natural outcome of exposure under specific conditions. Attempts at reversal were considered inefficient compared to synthetic replication. This orientation reflected broader institutional philosophy. The Institute sought to engineer improved humanity through controlled synthesis rather than rehabilitate damaged biology. Ghouls, as products of uncontrolled mutation, represented imperfect outcomes. Nevertheless, their resilience was studied carefully. Reports emphasized radiation tolerance, metabolic efficiency, and infection resistance. These traits informed later synthetic design parameters. Certain projects attempted to isolate regenerative pathways. Enzymes extracted from ghoul tissue were tested in vitro. Results were inconsistent. Mutated proteins often degraded outside native environments. Human trials were avoided due to ethical constraints within Institute culture. Instead, modeling and synthetic approximation were favored. Field teams periodically monitored ghoul settlements. Underworld, the Slog, and smaller enclaves were observed over decades. Changes in population health, reproduction, and cognitive stability were logged. Subjects were rarely informed of these observations. Surveillance was discreet. Memory wipe technologies were sometimes employed to preserve secrecy. In some cases, direct experimentation occurred. Individuals captured during surface operations were transported underground for testing. These incidents were undocumented in public records and known only through fragmentary testimonies. Such experiments explored radiation dependence, neural degradation thresholds, and chemical stabilization. Mortality rates were high. Data collection took precedence over welfare. These practices reinforced distrust between ghouls and Institute operatives. Rumors circulated of disappearances and underground laboratories. Many ghoul communities avoided areas associated with synth activity. Internally, debates arose regarding the moral implications of this research. Some scientists argued that ghouls, as sentient beings, merited consent and protection. Others maintained that knowledge acquisition justified limited harm. Administrative leadership favored strategic priorities. Resources were allocated towards synth development, cybernetics, and molecular fabrication. Ghoul research remained secondary. However, its influence persisted indirectly. Understanding long-term mutation helped refine synthetic skin durability and radiation shielding. Cognitive stability models incorporated data from stable ghouls. In later decades, the Institute explored hybrid approaches. Attempts were made to integrate regenerative traits into synthetic tissue. These efforts aimed to produce self-repairing systems. Results were mixed. Synthetic components resisted decay but lacked adaptive flexibility. Biological systems remained superior in resilience, though less predictable. The Institute's approach to ghoulification thus remained analytical and detached. It acknowledged ghouls as valuable data sources while dismissing their social significance. This detachment extended to policy. Institute directives discouraged interaction beyond research necessity. Community relations were considered irrelevant. When conflicts arose between surface populations and Institute operations, ghoul interests were rarely considered. Evacuations and relocations proceeded without consultation. Despite this, some individual researchers developed informal relationships with ghoul subjects. Long-term observation fostered familiarity. In rare instances, cooperation replaced coercion. These relationships produced unique data sets based on voluntary participation. They also generated ethical tensions within departments. Following leadership changes and ideological shifts, certain research programs were terminated. Data archives remained. Knowledge accumulated even when active study ceased. In later years, with increasing focus on synthetic replacement of humanity, ghoulification lost strategic relevance. It became classified as an evolutionary dead end. Official documents described ghouls as transitional forms, destined for decline. Institutional energy shifted toward engineered permanence. Yet this assessment underestimated social and biological resilience. Ghoul populations persisted. Their longevity contradicted predictions. Outside Institute walls, their communities continued adapting, independent of laboratory oversight. From a historical perspective, Institute research represented the most comprehensive scientific engagement with ghoulification. It produced the most accurate models and the coldest conclusions. It demonstrated that ghoulification could be quantified, mapped, and partially replicated. It also revealed limits of control. By treating living survivors as datasets, the Institute illuminated biological mechanisms while obscuring human experience. Its legacy within ghoul history was thus ambivalent. It advanced understanding while deepening alienation. It preserved knowledge while eroding trust. In studying radiation's effects with precision and distance, the Institute contributed to the technical narrative of ghoulification. But it remained largely disconnected from the lived reality of those it observed. Through glass walls and encrypted terminals, scientists watched centuries of survival unfold, recording every deviation and adaptation, while remaining physically and emotionally removed from the beings who embodied that history. For many ghouls, survival extended across decades and even centuries with remarkable stability. Yet for others, the balance between adaptation and degeneration gradually shifted. The process known as feralization represented the slow unraveling of cognitive and emotional coherence, transforming sentient individuals into instinct-driven creatures. Feralization rarely occurred suddenly. It unfolded through subtle stages that were often overlooked in their early phases. Minor lapses in memory appeared first. Names were forgotten. Familiar routes became confusing. Conversations grew repetitive. Emotional regulation weakened alongside cognitive decline. Irritability increased. Social withdrawal intensified. Reactions to minor frustrations became disproportionate. These changes were initially attributed to stress, isolation, or aging. Over time, Neurological damage accumulated, mutated neurons misfired, synaptic connections degraded, neurotransmitter balances shifted unpredictably. Brain tissue, already operating under altered conditions, struggled to maintain coherence. Sleep patterns deteriorated. Insomnia alternated with prolonged lethargy. Dreams blended with waking perception. Hallucinations emerged in some individuals, blurring boundaries between memory and present experience. Language abilities declined gradually. Vocabulary narrowed. Sentence structures simplified. Communication became fragmented. Eventually, speech reduced to single words or sounds. Motor coordination also suffered. Tremors developed. Gait became uneven. Fine motor skills weakened. Tasks requiring precision grew difficult. These neurological and physical changes reinforced each other. Reduced mobility, limited social interaction. Isolation accelerated cognitive decline. Feedback loops intensified deterioration. Environmental factors played a significant role. Prolonged exposure to high radiation zones increased risk. Repeated trauma and injury exacerbated neural damage. Malnutrition weakened protective mechanisms. Psychological stress contributed further. Grief, chronic fear, and prolonged loneliness strained mental resilience. Individuals lacking strong social bonds were more vulnerable. Chemical dependency increased susceptibility. Long-term use of chems disrupted neural chemistry. Alcohol abuse impaired cognitive repair. These substances temporarily relieved discomfort while accelerating degeneration. Medical intervention was limited. Without advanced diagnostics, early symptoms went unrecognized. Treatments focused on visible ailments rather than neurological preservation. Within ghoul communities, elders learned to identify warning signs. Withdrawal from communal activities, neglect of hygiene, and disorientation prompted concern. Informal caregiving networks emerged. Family members and friends often assumed responsibility for monitoring vulnerable individuals. They guided them through routines, reminded them of schedules, and provided companionship. Despite these efforts, progression could not always be halted. Once neural degradation reached certain thresholds, recovery became unlikely. As feralization advanced, instinct increasingly replaced reason. Survival behaviors dominated. Individuals became territorial. They responded aggressively to perceived threats. Hunger and thirst drove actions. Memory fragments persisted. Some feral ghouls returned repeatedly to familiar locations. Others repeated gestures or phrases from earlier life. These remnants suggested partial retention of identity. Neurological scans conducted by rare medical specialists confirmed extensive cortical damage in feral subjects. Structural irregularities disrupted information processing. Regenerative mechanisms failed to compensate. In advanced stages, self-preservation instincts weakened. Feral ghouls wandered into hazardous zones without hesitation. They ignored injuries. Pain perception diminished further. Social responses varied. Some communities attempted long-term care, confining individuals to protected areas. Others resorted to exile, fearing violence. Ethical dilemmas accompanied these decisions. Caregivers balanced compassion against safety. Resource limitations constrained options. External factions often failed to distinguish between feral and non-feral ghouls. Patrols treated all mutated individuals as threats. This generalized response reinforced cycles of violence. Scientific understanding remained incomplete. Institute data suggested correlations between cumulative mutation load and neural instability. Precise causation was elusive. Genetic predisposition likely influenced outcomes. Individuals exposed to pre-war experimentation exhibited variable resilience. Some maintained stability for centuries. Others deteriorated within decades. Environmental stability proved protective. Ghouls residing in secure, low-stress communities exhibited lower feralization rates. Consistent routines and social engagement supported cognitive health. Conversely, nomadic lifestyles increased risk. Constant exposure, isolation, and unpredictability strained neurological systems. Dietary factors also mattered. Access to protein and micronutrients supported neural maintenance. Starvation accelerated decline. Spiritual and philosophical interpretations emerged. Some communities viewed fertilization as natural conclusion of extended life. Others considered it preventable tragedy. Rituals developed around caring for declining members. Storytelling sessions reinforced memory. Music stimulated emotional response. Familiar objects provided grounding. In later stages, however, such measures lost effectiveness. Cognitive fragmentation progressed beyond intervention. For those who remained lucid, fear of fertilization loomed constantly. Awareness of potential decline shaped behavior. Many prioritized mental stimulation and community involvement. Some documented their experiences through journals and recordings, hoping to preserve identity. These records became historical artifacts. The possibility of losing selfhood created existential anxiety. Longevity no longer appeared solely beneficial. Survival carried psychological costs. Yet even in advanced feral states, traces of humanity persisted. Studies recorded responses to familiar voices and melodies. Emotional recognition sometimes flickered briefly. These moments challenged simplistic classifications. They suggested continuity beneath degeneration. Fertilization represented the boundary of ghoul adaptation. It marked the point where biological compromise overwhelmed compensatory mechanisms. It was not punishment nor inevitability. It was consequence of accumulated damage, shaped by environment, social support, and chance. Through witnessing this process, ghoul communities developed deep awareness of vulnerability. They learned that survival required constant maintenance, not passive endurance. In the quiet spaces between care and loss, they confronted the limits of adaptation. Fertilization reminded them that longevity did not guarantee permanence of identity. It underscored that ghoulification, while extending life, remained an imperfect response to catastrophe, balancing resilience against gradual erosion. As awareness of fertilization grew within ghoul communities, efforts to preserve mental clarity and emotional stability became increasingly intentional. It required sustained attention to routine, environment, and social connection. One of the most effective protective measures was structure. Daily schedules provided predictability in a world defined by uncertainty. Regular waking times, shared meals, work shifts, and communal gatherings reinforced temporal orientation. These rhythms anchored individuals within collective life. Communal labor played a central role. Farming, scavenging, maintenance, and trade offered purposeful activity. Repetitive tasks stimulated cognitive pathways and reinforced procedural memory. Contribution to group welfare strengthened personal identity. Social engagement served as another critical factor. Conversation, storytelling, and shared problem-solving kept linguistic and emotional capacities active. Elders passed down memories. Younger members asked questions. These exchanges preserved continuity. Many settlements established informal mentorship systems. Individuals at risk of isolation were paired with companions. These relationships provided monitoring and encouragement without formal oversight. Environmental management also influenced neurological health. Communities sought to minimize unnecessary radiation exposure while maintaining tolerance. Living spaces were positioned in moderately contaminated zones rather than extreme hotspots. This balance supported regenerative mechanisms without overwhelming neural systems. Ventilation systems were maintained carefully. Dust accumulation was reduced. Water sources were filtered. Though imperfect, these measures lowered chronic stress on biological systems. Access to chemical aids was regulated. Certain chems alleviated pain and inflammation in controlled doses. they improved quality of life. Overuse, however, accelerated cognitive decline. Community leaders often supervised distribution. Herbal remedies and pre-war pharmaceuticals were integrated cautiously. Stimulants were used sparingly to counter lethargy. Sedatives addressed insomnia. Knowledge of interactions accumulated through experience. Mental stimulation was encouraged. Reading groups formed around salvaged books. Technical manuals were studied collectively. Games involving strategy and memory became popular. Music and performance provided emotional engagement. Radio broadcasts, recordings, and live instruments created shared experiences. Familiar melodies activated memory networks. Physical activity supported circulation and neural health. Walking routes were maintained. Light exercises were practiced. Manual labor prevented prolonged inactivity. Nutrition received increasing attention. Protein sources, preserved vegetables, and mineral-rich foods were prioritized. Communities experimented with soil treatments to improve crop quality. Trade networks supplemented local production. Hydration practices were refined. Electrolyte solutions were prepared. Contaminated water was avoided when possible. Proper fluid balance supported cellular function. Spiritual and philosophical practices also contributed. Meditation, prayer, and reflective gatherings fostered emotional resilience. Belief systems provided frameworks for coping with uncertainty. Some communities developed specialized care roles. Designated caregivers assisted individuals showing early decline. They managed medication schedules, organized activities, and facilitated social interaction. Early intervention proved crucial. When memory lapses or behavioral changes were detected promptly, progression could sometimes be slowed. Structured support extended functional periods significantly. Record-keeping supported these efforts. Health journals tracked symptoms. Exposure histories were documented. Patterns informed communal strategies. Education about fertilization became widespread. Elders shared warning signs. Young members learned prevention techniques. Knowledge dissemination reduced stigma and encouraged cooperation. Certain experimental approaches emerged. Controlled radiation exposure was tested to stabilize regenerative pathways. Results varied. In some cases, moderate exposure improved energy levels. In others, it worsened symptoms. Dietary supplements derived from mutated flora were explored. Some plants contained compounds that reduced inflammation. These remedies spread through trade networks. Technological aids were limited but valuable. Pre-war holotapes provided cognitive training exercises. Terminals stored personal records. These tools reinforced memory. Social rituals reinforced belonging. Anniversary commemorations, harvest festivals, and storytelling nights created emotional anchors. Participation strengthened mental health. Family structures adapted. Extended households provided built-in support. Shared living reduced isolation. Inter-community cooperation enhanced resilience. Settlements exchanged best practices. Visiting healers circulated. Regional conferences addressed health concerns. Despite these measures, prevention was not absolute. Genetic predisposition and cumulative damage limited outcomes. Some individuals declined despite optimal care. Nevertheless, these efforts transformed community dynamics. Care became collective responsibility. Longevity was managed rather than assumed. The emphasis on prevention reshaped cultural values. Mental health gained prominence alongside physical survival. Emotional well-being was recognized as an essential resource. These practices also influenced younger generations. Children learned self-monitoring and mutual support. Habits formed early through routine, connection, and adaptation. Ghoul communities extended coherence across centuries. They demonstrated that biological limits could be negotiated through social design. Preventing feralization became an expression of communal ethics. Preserving identity honored shared history. In maintaining minds as carefully as bodies, ghouls affirmed that survival was not merely continuation of life, but continuation of self. This ongoing effort reflected a deeper truth of post-war existence. Endurance depended on deliberate cultivation of stability amid chaos. Through these practices, ghoul communities transformed vulnerability into collective strength. Among the countless individuals who survived the Great War and later underwent ghoulification, a small number became widely known across the wasteland. Their longevity, visibility, and personal histories transformed them into living symbols of the pre-war world. Through their stories, fragments of lost civilization were preserved in human memory. One of the most recognized figures was the former Vault-Tec representative who wandered the Commonwealth for centuries. Before the war, he had traveled from door to door, promoting shelter registration, embodying corporate optimism. When the bombs fell, he was caught outside and exposed directly to radiation. Over time, his body transformed, but his personality and memories remained largely intact. He retained detailed recollections of pre-war sales campaigns, social customs, and media culture. His anecdotes about corporate training sessions and neighborhood interactions provided rare insight into everyday life before collapse. Despite hardship, he continued performing small services, maintaining a sense of professional identity. In the Mojave region, several former military personnel became prominent ghoul figures. Soldiers stationed at remote bases during the war survived initial blasts within reinforced structures. Prolonged exposure during subsequent years reshaped their bodies. Some later served as guards, advisors, or mercenaries. These individuals carried institutional memory of pre-war command structures, tactics, and discipline. Their experience influenced local defense strategies. Younger fighters learned from veterans whose knowledge spanned centuries. Scientific personnel also appeared among notable ghouls. Researchers who had been working in laboratories during the war sometimes survived in sealed facilities. When they eventually emerged, they brought technical understanding of nuclear systems, medicine, and engineering. One such figure maintained pre-war scientific journals for decades, documenting environmental changes and personal adaptation. His records later informed regional planning efforts and medical practices. Entertainment figures represented another category. Performers who had survived in protected venues or shelters continued practicing their craft. Radio hosts, singers, and actors adapted to post-war audiences. Their voices and performances offered continuity of culture. In some cases, former politicians and administrators became ghouls. Their knowledge of bureaucratic systems proved useful in emerging settlements. They assisted in drafting charters, mediating disputes, and organizing services. These individuals often struggled with shifting relevance. Authority derived from pre-war status diminished. Respect depended on adaptability rather than title. Those who adjusted remained influential. Ordinary civilians also achieved recognition through circumstance. Shopkeepers who established long-lasting trading posts. Farmers who developed sustainable methods in contaminated soil. Teachers who educated generations of wasteland children. Their fame spread through caravan networks and oral storytelling. Some ghouls became associated with specific locations. A former security officer guarded a ruined bridge for decades, ensuring safe passage. A pre-war librarian curated salvaged books in an underground archive. A mechanic maintained ancient generators that powered entire districts. These roles created landmarks of trust. Travelers sought them out for assistance and information. Not all famous ghouls embraced visibility. Some preferred anonymity, avoiding attention. Others withdrew after experiencing exploitation or violence. Their stories survived through second-hand accounts. Feralization ended several prominent lives prematurely. Communities mourned individuals who had served as cultural anchors. Their decline reinforced awareness of vulnerability. Media remnants occasionally reference these figures. Old holotapes, recordings, and photographs resurfaced. Comparisons between past and present appearances emphasized transformation. Interactions with major factions further amplified reputations. Ghouls who negotiated with NCR officials, Brotherhood commanders, or Institute operatives gained political significance. Their statements influenced policy and perception. These relationships were complex. Cooperation alternated with mistrust. Visibility increased both protection and risk. Personal narratives reveal varied responses to fame. Some embraced mentorship roles. Others grew weary of retelling traumatic histories. Memory itself became labor. The presence of long-lived witnesses reshaped collective understanding of time. Younger generations perceived history as layered and continuous rather than distant. Events described by ghouls felt immediate. This temporal bridge altered cultural identity. Pre-war songs, sayings, and habits persisted. Ghouls served as conduits of tradition. At the same time, they embodied cost of survival. Their scarred bodies reminded listeners of catastrophe. Admiration coexisted with discomfort. Some individuals recorded memoirs or dictated accounts to scribes. These documents circulated within limited networks. They formed the basis of regional histories. Others taught through storytelling alone. Around campfires and market stalls, narratives unfolded gradually. Details accumulated across years. These stories emphasized mundane aspects as much as dramatic ones. Shopping trips, commuting routines, family gatherings. Such recollections humanized lost eras. Through famous ghouls, the wasteland encountered its own past directly. History was not abstract. It spoke in living voices. Their continued presence challenged assumptions about impermanence. Civilization had fallen, yet memory endured. By carrying personal histories across centuries, these individuals became living archives. They linked scattered settlements through shared narratives. Their influence extended beyond individual achievements. They shaped how post-war societies interpreted origins, mistakes, and possibilities. In observing their lives, communities learned that endurance was not only biological, it was cultural and narrative. Through traders, soldiers, scientists, performers, and ordinary citizens turned extraordinary by time, ghoulification acquired faces and voices. These figures reminded the wasteland that humanity had not vanished in 2077. It had changed form, adapted, and continued speaking through those who remembered. As post-war economies stabilized and trade routes expanded, ghouls gradually became integral participants in commercial networks. Their biological resilience, longevity, and accumulated knowledge position them uniquely within the wasteland's emerging systems of exchange. Over time, they developed specialized roles that shaped regional markets and infrastructure. One of the most common occupations was that of caravan guard. Trade convoys often traveled through contaminated zones and unstable terrain. Ghouls' tolerance for radiation reduced operational risk. Their familiarity with hazardous routes enhanced safety. Many caravans preferred employing at least one ghoul guide. These individuals memorized patterns of contamination, seasonal weather shifts, and raider activity. Their extended experience allowed anticipation of threats that younger guards overlooked. Reliability translated into reputation, and reputation into steady employment. Merchants also benefited from ghoul participation. Shopkeepers who had operated for decades accumulated extensive inventories and customer networks. Their longevity enabled long-term credit arrangements and consistent pricing practices. Trust developed across generations. In trading hubs, ghoul-owned stalls became fixtures. Customers associated them with stability. Even those who harbored personal prejudice often relied on these merchants for essential goods. Mechanical repair represented another major domain. Many ghouls possessed pre-war technical training. Others acquired skills through practice. Their resistance to contaminated environments allowed maintenance of generators, water pumps, and communication equipment in hazardous locations. Power stations and purification facilities depended heavily on such expertise. Without ghoul technicians, many installations would have failed entirely. Their contributions sustained urban centers and agricultural zones. Information brokerage emerged as a specialized trade. Long-lived individuals retained detailed knowledge of territorial changes, political shifts, and resource distribution. They served as informal historians and navigators. Caravan leaders consulted them when planning routes. Settlement councils sought their advice on external relations. Payment took the form of goods, protection, or residency right. Medical supply distribution also involved ghouls. Their reduced susceptibility to certain infections enabled them to handle contaminated materials. Some became respected apothecaries, blending traditional remedies with salvaged pharmaceuticals. Agricultural commerce benefited from ghoul labor. In irradiated marshlands and riverbanks, ghoul farmers cultivated crops that humans avoided. Tarberries, fungus, and mutated grains formed the basis of regional trade. These products supported brewing, medicine, and food preservation industries. Ghoul farmers negotiated contracts with breweries and clinics, integrating into supply chains. Transportation services developed around ghoul participation. River ferries, tunnel routes, and underground passages were managed by radiation-tolerant operators. These routes shortened travel times and reduced exposure for passengers. Craftsmanship flourished within certain communities. Metalwork, leather processing, and electronic repair were practiced by artisans who had refined techniques over decades. Their workshops attracted apprentices and customers. Longevity supported iterative improvement. Designs were tested and revised across years. Quality increased steadily. Such goods commanded premium prices. Despite contributions, economic barriers persisted. Some markets imposed higher stall fees on ghouls. Trade licenses were delayed. Access to wholesale networks was restricted. These obstacles limited upward mobility. In response, cooperative models emerged. Ghoul merchants pooled resources, shared storage facilities, and negotiated collectively. These associations enhanced bargaining power. Cross-settlement trade alliances further strengthened economic position. Agreements standardized pricing and transit rights. Collective security arrangements protected shipments. Banking and credit systems remained informal. However, long-lived individuals often served as guarantors. Their reputations substituted for institutional trust. Debts were repaid across decades. Risk management practices reflected experience. Ghouls diversified inventory and routes. They maintained emergency caches. These strategies reduced vulnerability to shocks. Some individuals accumulated significant wealth. Their assets included land, equipment, and contracts. Wealth translated into influence. They mediated disputes and sponsored public works. Philanthropy also developed. Successful merchants funded clinics, schools, and defense systems. Their investments stabilized communities. Criminal networks occasionally targeted prosperous ghouls. Extortion and theft occurred. Protective alliances with militias and factions mitigated threats. Intergenerational trade relationships deepened social integration. Human families partnered with ghoul enterprises. Joint ventures formed. Cultural exchanges accompanied commerce. Recipes, techniques, and stories circulated with goods. Markets became centers of social interaction. Trade fairs and festivals incorporated ghoul participation. Their presence normalized economic cooperation. Prejudice softened through repeated transactions. Economic specialization influenced migration. Ghouls relocated to regions matching skill sets. Clusters of mechanics, farmers, and traders formed. These concentrations enhanced efficiency and innovation. Knowledge transfer accelerated. Over time, ghoul participation became structural rather than exceptional. Key industries depended on their labor. removal would have destabilized economies. This dependence created leverage. Some ghoul associations negotiated formal recognition and protection. Contracts acknowledged rights and responsibilities. Through commerce, ghouls asserted social relevance. Economic contribution countered narratives of marginality. Their integration demonstrated that adaptation extended into production and exchange. Survival included participation in collective prosperity. By maintaining trade routes, repairing infrastructure, and preserving information, ghouls helped transform scattered settlements into interconnected regions. Their commercial roles illustrated how altered biology became asset rather than liability within post-war system. In marketplaces, workshops, and caravan camps, ghoul labor quietly sustained daily life. Through consistent service and accumulated expertise, they embedded themselves within the economic fabric of the wasteland, ensuring that survival translated into stability and continuity. As ghoul communities matured and stabilized, systems of belief and ritual developed alongside economic and social structures. These frameworks helped individuals interpret prolonged existence, recurring loss, and gradual change. Religion, spirituality, and philosophy became tools for meaning-making in an uncertain world. Some ghouls retained pre-war religious affiliations. Former members of established faiths continued observing familiar practices. They recited prayers, preserved texts, and marked traditional holidays. Over time, these rituals adapted to new environments and altered lifespans. Churches, temples, and mosques rarely survived intact, yet their remnants served as gathering spaces. Ruined sanctuaries were repaired partially. Symbols were salvaged and displayed. These locations became centers of continuity. Other groups developed syncretic traditions, blending pre-war beliefs with post-war experiences. Radiation was interpreted through spiritual metaphors. Survival was framed as divine testing or transformation. These narratives integrated catastrophe into coherent cosmologies. In some regions, ghoul-specific faiths emerged. These belief systems emphasized endurance, memory, and acceptance of physical change. Longevity was viewed as responsibility rather than privilege. Rituals marking survival milestones became common. Anniversaries of the Great War, first transformations, and settlement founding were commemorated. These events reinforced collective identity. Meditative practices addressed emotional fatigue. Silent gatherings, guided reflection, and breathing exercises reduced anxiety. Such methods spread through inter-community exchanges. Philosophical movements also took root. Some ghouls adopted Stoic frameworks, emphasizing acceptance of suffering and focus on present duties. Others embraced existential interpretations, viewing prolonged life as opportunity for self-definition. Debate and discussion formed intellectual cultures. Reading circles analyzed salvage texts. Debaters explored ethics of survival, responsibility toward younger generations, and responses to discrimination. Memory preservation assumed spiritual significance. Storytelling sessions resembled liturgical services. Narratives of pre-war life and early survival were recited in structured formats. Repetition reinforced identity. Music played ceremonial roles. Pre-war hymns, folk songs, and newly composed pieces accompanied gatherings. Melody anchored emotion. Certain communities venerated elders as living archives. Their guidance was sought in disputes and planning. Respect for age intensified due to extended lifespans. Death rituals evolved. While ghouls aged slowly, mortality remained present through violence and fertilization. Funerary practices emphasized remembrance rather than closure. Memorial walls, engraved objects, and memory journals recorded names and stories. These artifacts sustained communal continuity. Beliefs about fertilization varied. Some viewed it as spiritual departure, others interpreted it as biological failure. Rituals accompanied care and release. Pilgrimages emerged within limited regions. Sites associated with early survival, such as vault ruins or initial settlements, became symbolic destinations. Travel to these locations reinforced shared history. Some individuals rejected organized belief entirely. Skeptics focused on material conditions and scientific explanation. They valued rational planning and technical solutions. Tension occasionally arose between spiritual and secular perspectives. Debates over resource allocation and medical intervention reflected differing priorities. Despite differences, coexistence prevailed. Communities accommodated diverse practices. Participation was voluntary. Pluralism enhanced stability. Symbols of belief permeated daily life. Charms, inscriptions, and murals appeared in homes and workshops. These objects expressed personal philosophy. Children raised in ghoul settlements inherited hybrid traditions. They learned both pre-war stories and post-war interpretations. Cultural transmission adapted to extended timelines. External influences also shaped belief systems. Interaction with groups such as the Children of Atom introduced new doctrines. Some ghouls adopted radiation-centered worship, others rejected it. Missionaries occasionally visited ghoul communities. Conversion efforts met mixed responses. Longevity fostered skepticism toward absolute claims. Artistic expression intertwined with spirituality. Sculptures, mosaics, and murals depicted transformation and endurance. Visual storytelling reinforced shared values. Ethical codes developed around care for vulnerable members. Compassion toward those nearing feralization became moral imperative. Abandonment was discouraged. Hospitality toward travelers reflected spiritual principles. Offering shelter and guidance reinforced communal reputation. Seasonal cycles structured ritual calendars. Harvests, migrations, and weather patterns guided observances. These rhythms connected belief to environment. Philosophical reflection deepened with time. Individuals revisited questions of purpose repeatedly across decades. Beliefs evolved rather than remaining fixed. Journaling and correspondence supported introspection. Personal writings documented spiritual journeys. Some texts circulated as informal scripture. Through belief systems, ghouls constructed narratives that reconciled survival with meaning. Physical alteration became integrated into identity. Religion and philosophy offered frameworks for interpreting endurance. They transformed extended life from burden into responsibility. In quiet gatherings and shared reflections, communities affirmed continuity. They acknowledged suffering while emphasizing resilience. These practices stabilized emotional life and reinforced social bonds. They provided language for loss and hope. By cultivating spiritual and philosophical traditions, ghouls sustained inner coherence alongside external adaptation. Their belief systems reflected ongoing negotiation between memory, mutation, and meaning in a transformed world. As generations passed and settlements expanded, interactions between ghouls and humans grew increasingly complex. Early encounters had been shaped by fear and misunderstanding. Over time, familiarity introduced nuance, negotiation, and gradual redefinition of social boundaries. In mixed communities, daily routines brought individuals into repeated contact. Markets, workshops, water stations, and guard posts became shared spaces. Practical cooperation often preceded emotional acceptance. Work relationships provided early foundations. Human traders relied on ghoul guides. Farmers exchanged goods with ghoul cultivators. Mechanics collaborated on infrastructure projects. These partnerships normalized cooperation. Shared risk strengthened bonds. Defending settlements from raiders or environmental threats required coordination. During crises, distinctions blurred. Survival depended on collective effort. Housing arrangements evolved gradually. In some towns, Designated districts were dismantled. Mixed neighborhoods emerged. Proximity fostered familiarity and reduced stereotyping. Educational settings played significant roles. Children raised together formed friendships unencumbered by inherited prejudice. Classroom cooperation cultivated empathy. Interpersonal relationships expanded beyond professional contexts. Friendships developed through shared interests. Music groups, repair crews, and scavenging teams created informal social networks. Romantic relationships, though less common, occurred. These partnerships faced social resistance and biological limitations. Nevertheless, they challenged rigid identity categories. Families adapted to mixed heritage. Human children, raised by ghoul guardians, learned to navigate dual cultural frameworks. Kinship extended beyond genetics. Language reflected evolving attitudes. Derogatory terms declined in certain regions. Neutral or respectful terminology became standard. Humor shifted away from dehumanization. Media and storytelling contributed to perception change. Narratives featuring cooperative protagonists circulated through caravans and radio broadcasts. These stories reshaped imagination. Institutional integration advanced unevenly. Some councils included ghoul advisors. Trade associations accepted ghoul members. Civic participation increased. Discrimination persisted in subtle forms. Hiring biases, social exclusion, and administrative obstacles remained. Progress was incremental. Health interactions influenced attitudes. Clinics treating mixed populations normalized physical differences. Medical staff gained familiarity with ghoul physiology. Fear decreased. Religious institutions often mediated integration. Shared worship spaces promoted inclusion. Spiritual teachings emphasized common humanity. Sports and games created neutral interaction zones. Friendly competitions encouraged mutual respect. Rules applied equally. Inter-community festivals became symbolic platforms. Music, food, and crafts from diverse groups were showcased. Participation reinforced unity. Conflict occasionally disrupted integration. Security incidents involving individuals were generalized. Backlash followed. Community leaders intervened to prevent escalation. Legal protections expanded slowly. Anti-discrimination ordinances appeared in some jurisdictions. Enforcement varied. Economic interdependence remained central. Communities dependent on ghoul labor resisted exclusionary policies. Pragmatism moderated ideology. Migration patterns influenced integration. Mobile populations spread tolerant norms. Isolated towns retained rigidity longer. Technology facilitated communication. Radios and terminals broadcast shared experiences. Information networks reduced misinformation. Educational curricula gradually incorporated post-war history. Ghoul contributions were acknowledged. This formal recognition shaped attitudes. Intergenerational transmission of values reinforced change. Younger residents questioned inherited prejudice. Elders adjusted gradually. Cultural hybridization emerged. Cuisine combined traditional recipes with mutated crops. Fashion blended practical adaptations. Music fused pre-war and post-war styles. Shared humor developed. Jokes acknowledged difference without hostility. Laughter fostered connection. Artistic collaborations flourished. Murals depicted joint histories. Performances featured mixed casts. These works symbolized coexistence. Some individuals acted as cultural mediators. Fluent in multiple social contexts, they resolved misunderstandings. Their leadership supported cohesion. Resistance to integration remained in certain factions. Ideological groups promoted segregation. Political movements exploited fear. These forces limited progress. Nevertheless, daily cooperation outweighed sporadic hostility in many regions. Routine interaction built trust. Psychological studies conducted by rare researchers indicated reduced stress in integrated communities. mental health outcomes improved, social support increased. For ghouls, integration offered access to broader opportunities. For humans, it expanded skill pools and historical knowledge. Mutual dependence reframed identity. Difference became functional variation rather than threat. Integration also influenced self-perception. Ghouls began to identify as citizens rather than outsiders. Humans reconsidered definitions of normality. Boundaries remained porous and negotiated. Integration was process rather than endpoint. Through shared labor, education, and culture, communities gradually rewrote social scripts. Catastrophe had fragmented humanity. Cooperation reassembled it in altered form. These interactions demonstrated that adaptation extended into relationships. Survival required learning to live with difference. In streets where ghouls and humans traded, studied, and celebrated together, new forms of belonging emerged. They reflected resilience not only of bodies, but of social imagination. Over time, coexistence became ordinary. What had once seemed improbable became routine. Through patience and persistence, integration reshaped the post-war world. As scientific curiosity and practical necessity intersected, efforts to understand and modify ghoulification emerged sporadically across the wasteland. These attempts were driven by hope for restoration, desire for control, and fear of degeneration. Over time, they formed a fragmented history of experimentation and partial discovery. Early medical practitioners focused on symptom management rather than reversal. Clinics treated infections, burns, and joint deterioration. Neurological decline was addressed through sedatives and stimulants. Few believed transformation itself could be altered. Pre-war medical texts suggested that radiation-induced mutation involved complex interactions between DNA damage and repair mechanisms. However, surviving equipment was limited. Diagnostic tools were scarce. Replicating laboratory conditions proved difficult. Some researchers attempted blood transfusions using unmutated donors. The hypothesis proposed that healthy cells might replace damaged tissue. Results were inconsistent. Temporary improvements were observed in energy levels and wound healing, but no lasting reversal occurred. Others experimented with chemical stabilizers. Chems designed for cancer treatment and cellular regeneration were repurposed. These compounds reduced inflammation and slowed tissue breakdown. Side effects were severe. Long-term efficacy remained limited. In isolated facilities, more radical methods were tested. Controlled radiation exposure was administered to stimulate adaptive responses. Outcomes varied widely. In some cases, regeneration improved. In others, degeneration accelerated. The Institute conducted extensive modeling of these interventions. Their simulations predicted low probability of full restoration. Biological systems had reorganized too extensively. Independent scientists pursued gene therapy concepts. Using salvaged viral vectors, they attempted targeted mutation correction. Equipment failures and contamination undermined experiments. One documented case involved partial restoration of skin pigmentation and hair growth. The subject experienced temporary improvement before rapid neurological decline. Autopsy reports indicated systemic instability. Another approach focused on neural preservation. Nootropic compounds, electromagnetic stimulation, and sensory therapy were applied to slow fertilization. These methods showed modest success in maintaining cognitive function. Community healers developed alternative remedies. Extracts from mutated plants and fungi were combined with traditional medicine. Religious groups sometimes promoted spiritual healing rituals. Participants reported subjective improvement. Placebo effects and social support likely contributed. Ethical concerns surrounded experimentation. Consent was inconsistently obtained. Desperate individuals accepted risky procedures. Failures resulted in injury and death. Regulatory oversight was absent. Standards varied. Knowledge sharing was limited. successful methods were rarely replicated. Economic incentives influenced research priorities. Wealthy patrons funded projects promising visible restoration. Prevention and quality of life received less attention. Rumors of cures circulated frequently. Traveling merchants sold anti-radiation serums. Most were ineffective or harmful. Misinformation spread rapidly. Certain factions suppressed research perceived as destabilizing. The Brotherhood restricted access to advanced equipment. The Institute classified findings. Despite obstacles, incremental progress occurred. Understanding of ghoul metabolism improved. Nutritional protocols were refined. Exposure thresholds were identified. Longitudinal studies tracked symptom progression. Data supported early intervention strategies. Community health practices incorporated findings. In later decades, hybrid approaches emerged. Medical care combined pharmaceuticals, therapy, and environmental management. These programs extended functional lifespan. Some ghouls volunteered for repeated trials, motivated by desire to help future generations. Their participation advanced collective knowledge. Personal journals documented experiences. These accounts informed subsequent research. Failures were as instructive as successes. The concept of reversal gradually shifted. Complete restoration appeared unrealistic. Focus turned towards stabilization and enhancement. Prosthetics and assistive devices compensated for physical loss. Sensory aids improved vision and hearing. Mobility supports reduced injury risk. Cognitive training programs delayed decline. Memory exercises and environmental cues supported orientation. Pharmacological maintenance became standard in larger settlements. Clinics stocked stabilizers and supplements. Treatment protocols evolved. Collaborative networks formed among healers. Information exchanges accelerated learning. Regional conferences addressed challenges. Some settlements specialized in care. They attracted patients seeking advanced treatment. These centers became hubs of innovation. Nevertheless, access remained uneven. Remote communities lacked resources. Inequality persisted. The history of intervention reflected broader post-war conditions. Limited infrastructure constrained ambition. Knowledge survived in fragments. Despite repeated setbacks, persistence continued. Each attempt added detail to collective understanding. Through experimentation, ghouls and their allies confronted biological limits. They learned where control ended and adaptation began. These efforts demonstrated that ghoulification was not static. It could be influenced, moderated, and managed, even if not reversed. In seeking cures and stabilization, communities affirmed commitment to preserving life and identity. Though perfection remained unattainable, incremental improvements transformed daily existence. Pain lessened, clarity endured longer, mobility improved. The pursuit of understanding continued across generations, shaped by hope, realism, and responsibility. In laboratories, clinics, and improvised workshops, the search for answers persisted quietly, reflecting enduring belief that survival was worth refining as well as sustaining. Across the wasteland, perceptions of ghouls were shaped not only by direct experience, but by stories, symbols, and representations that circulated through communities. Popular culture, both inherited from the pre-war world and reinvented after its collapse, played a central role in constructing collective attitudes toward mutation and survival. Pre-war media left fragmented legacies. Old films, advertisements, and comics were preserved on holotapes and damaged screens. Many depicted radiation as monstrous or transformative in sensational ways. These images influenced subconscious associations long after their original contexts were forgotten. Characters mutated by exposure were often portrayed as villains or tragic figures. Their disfigurement symbolized moral decline or loss of humanity. Post-war audiences absorbed these narratives without critical frameworks, reinforcing fear. Radio became the most influential medium of the wasteland. Stations broadcast music, news, and serialized stories. Hosts and performers shaped tone. Their descriptions of ghouls affected public perception. Some broadcasters adopted respectful language, emphasizing cooperation and shared history. Others relied on sensationalism, highlighting incidents of feral attacks. These choices influenced audience attitudes. Traveling storytellers and bards extended cultural transmission. In marketplaces and camps, they recited epics of survival. Ghouls appeared as heroes, guides, or cautionary figures depending on regional traditions. Comics and illustrated pamphlets re-emerged in simplified form. Artists created visual narratives using scavenged materials. These works circulated through trade routes. Imagery emphasized resilience or monstrosity. Children's stories reflected prevailing norms. Tales warned of dangerous wanderers. Others celebrated unlikely friendships. Early exposure shaped long-term beliefs. Murals and graffiti transformed urban landscapes. In some districts, images depicted cooperation between humans and ghouls. In others, they reinforced segregation. Public art became ideological terrain. Fashion and personal adornment also communicated identity. Some ghouls emphasized distinctive styles, reclaiming appearance through creative expression. Scarves, hats, and customized armor became cultural markers. Music preserved emotional memory. Pre-war songs about loss and endurance gained new relevance. New compositions addressed mutation and displacement. Performance spaces provided platforms for shared narrative. Theatre troupes reenacted historical events. Ghouls sometimes portrayed themselves. Representation challenged stereotypes. Humor evolved as coping mechanism. Jokes addressed radiation and longevity. When respectful, they reduced tension. When cruel, they reinforced exclusion. Cultural exchange occurred through festivals and markets. Performances featured mixed casts. Shared audiences experienced integrated storytelling. Media remnants occasionally sparked controversy. Discovery of old propaganda depicting mutants as threats provoked debate. Communities reassessed inherited narratives. Certain factions attempted to manipulate perception. Political groups funded broadcasts promoting exclusion. Commercial interests amplified fear to drive sales. Counter-movements emerged. Independent stations highlighted ghoul achievements. Pamphlets documented cooperative successes. Advocacy campaigns used storytelling strategically. Personal memoirs gained importance. Some ghouls recorded life histories. These texts circulated among educated circles. They humanized abstract categories. Photography, though rare, preserved visual records. Portraits captured dignity and individuality. Displayed publicly, they challenged dehumanization. Educational materials gradually incorporated revised narratives. Texts acknowledged contributions. Historical accounts included ghoul perspectives. Mythologization occurred over time. Long-lived individuals became legendary. Stories exaggerated traits. These myths influenced identity formation. Certain archetypes solidified: the wise elder, the tragic wanderer, the dangerous feral. These figures simplified complexity. Artists sometimes subverted these archetypes. Works depicted ordinary life. Mundane scenes countered sensationalism. Cultural production reflected power dynamics. Groups with access to broadcasting and printing shaped dominant narratives. Marginalized voices struggled for reach. Despite this imbalance, grassroots creativity persisted. Community theaters, local zines, and oral traditions sustained alternative perspectives. Intergenerational transmission reinforced evolving norms. Younger audiences exposed to inclusive narratives exhibited reduced prejudice. Cross-regional exchanges broadened outlooks. Traveling performers introduced new stories. Hybrid styles developed. Cultural memory adapted continuously. As experiences accumulated, narratives shifted. Catastrophe became history. Mutation became ordinary. Through songs, stories, images, and rituals, societies negotiated meaning of difference. Representation influenced behavior. For ghouls, cultural presence offered validation. Visibility affirmed belonging. Creative participation restored agency. For humans, exposure to nuanced portrayals challenged inherited fears. Empathy increased. Popular culture thus functioned as quiet architect of social reality. It framed how survival was understood. By shaping imagination, it shaped interaction. Attitudes were learned before they were reasoned. Over time, collective storytelling softened boundaries. Difference became familiar. Familiarity became acceptance. In this way, songs sung in ruins and stories told beside campfires reshaped the moral landscape. Through creative expression, communities redefined what it meant to remain human in altered form. Over centuries of observation and reflection, ghouls developed distinctive perspectives on time, progress, and the future. Their extended lifespans altered how they understood change, ambition, and continuity. While many humans measured life in decades, ghouls measured it in generations of experience. For individuals who remembered the pre-war world, history was not abstract, it was personal memory. They recalled streets before destruction, routines before scarcity, and institutions before collapse. These recollections shaped how they evaluated present conditions. Early optimism about reconstruction faded gradually. Initial efforts to rebuild cities and governments had seemed promising. Over time, cycles of rise and decline became apparent. Projects flourished briefly, then deteriorated. Leadership changed, conflicts re-emerged. Witnessing these patterns fostered cautious realism. Ghouls learned to temper expectations. Grand visions were approached with skepticism. Practical improvements were valued more than ideological promises. Technological development was viewed through similar lens. Pre-war innovation had produced comfort and catastrophe. Post-war advances were appreciated for utility but questioned for risk. Experience encouraged restraint. Many ghouls adopted long planning horizons. Investments were evaluated across decades. Infrastructure projects were designed for durability. Environmental management prioritized sustainability. In governance, long-lived individuals often served as institutional memory. They advised councils and assemblies. Their recollections prevented repetition of past mistakes. This role was not always welcomed. Younger leaders sometimes dismissed historical warnings. Conflicts arose between experience and ambition. Over time, balance was negotiated. Economic outlooks reflected patience. Short-term profit was less attractive than stable income. Trade agreements emphasized longevity. Trust built slowly. Personal aspirations evolved. Early in transformation, individuals often hoped for restoration or return to normality. As centuries passed, acceptance replaced reversal fantasies. Goals shifted toward community welfare. Attitudes toward family and legacy changed. Biological reproduction was rare. Legacy became cultural rather than genetic. Teaching, mentorship, and creation replaced inheritance. This emphasis on transmission shaped social priorities. Knowledge preservation became central. Libraries, archives, and oral traditions were maintained diligently. Ghouls often perceived social change as accelerated. Human societies evolved rapidly relative to their lifespans. Trends emerged and disappeared within years. Adaptation required flexibility. Some individuals struggled with this pace. They felt disconnected from contemporary customs. Others embraced continuous learning, treating change as stimulation. Memory accumulation influenced identity. layers of experience coexisted. Past selves remained present. This continuity provided stability but sometimes caused emotional fatigue. Loss was experienced differently. Repeated bereavement normalized grief. Relationships were valued intensely yet held lightly. Attachment and detachment balanced. Views on mortality became nuanced. Death was neither distant nor imminent. It was constant background presence. Acceptance deepened. Environmental awareness increased. Long-term residents observed gradual shifts in climate, soil, and water. These observations informed conservation practices. Political ideologies were evaluated historically. Movements were compared to predecessors. Patterns of rhetoric and failure were recognized. This comparative perspective limited susceptibility to manipulation. Propaganda was analyzed critically. Credibility depended on consistency. Some ghouls became chroniclers of era transitions. They documented rise of factions, collapse of alliances, and migration patterns. Their records supported strategic planning. Philosophical orientations favored moderation. Extremes were viewed as unstable. Balance was prioritized. Not all individuals adopted this outlook. Some reacted with nihilism, concluding that progress was illusory. Others embraced hedonism, valuing immediate pleasure. Diversity persisted. However, communal norms favored constructive engagement. Pessimism was countered by shared purpose. In cultural expression, themes of recurrence and endurance dominated. Art depicted cycles. Music referenced return. Literature explored continuity. Educational programs incorporated long-term thinking. Children were taught ecological and social sustainability. Short-sighted exploitation was discouraged. Inter-community diplomacy benefited from historical awareness. Treaties referenced past agreements. Breaches were contextualized. This temporal depth influenced responses to crisis. Long-lived perspective also shaped attitudes toward innovation. New technologies were tested cautiously. Pilot programs preceded widespread adoption. Ghouls often served as mediators between tradition and experimentation. Their experience facilitated compromise. Through centuries, their worldview crystallized around persistence rather than transformation. This perspective contributed to social resilience. Communities guided by long-term thinking recovered more effectively from shocks. By carrying memories of multiple eras, ghouls embodied historical continuity. They connected fragmented timelines. Their outlook challenged linear narratives of decline or progress. Reality appeared cyclical and adaptive. In quiet reflections and public councils, they reminded others that civilization was process, not destination. Through patient observation and accumulated wisdom, ghouls offered alternative vision of the future, grounded in endurance, humility, and responsibility. Their extended lives transformed time from limitation into resource, shaping societies that learned to think beyond immediate horizons. As centuries unfolded and the wasteland stabilized into a network of settlements, factions, and trade corridors, the presence of ghouls gradually shifted from anomaly to permanence. What had once been viewed as temporary mutation or tragic exception became recognized as enduring element of post-war society. This permanence altered how communities defined normality. Early generations had spoken of ghouls in language of survival and catastrophe. Later generations spoke of them as neighbors, teachers, merchants, and elders. Vocabulary softened, curiosity replaced shock. Urban centers adapted physically. Doorways, tools, and protective gear were redesigned with ghoul physiology in mind. Clinics stocked appropriate supplies routinely. Accommodation became infrastructure rather than concession. Architectural planning considered radiation gradients. Mixed communities positioned housing strategically, allowing ghouls and humans to coexist without excessive exposure. Environmental design supported integration. Educational curricula incorporated ghoul history alongside broader post-war narratives. Textbooks reference transformation as one path of survival. Students learned biological mechanisms and social implications. Public ceremonies acknowledged contributions of long-lived residents. Anniversaries of settlement founding honored those who had witnessed multiple eras. Recognition reinforced belonging. In some regions, mixed leadership councils became standard. Representation included both humans and ghouls. Policy decisions reflected diverse perspectives. Census records began tracking ghoul populations systematically. Data collection improved resource allocation. Recognition within official documents symbolized legitimacy. Interregional diplomacy referenced ghoul communities as stable actors. Trade agreements included them explicitly. Their autonomy was respected. Technological innovation further normalized coexistence. Protective garments reduced exposure disparities. Communication devices bridged cultural gaps. Cultural identity evolved accordingly. Festivals featured performances highlighting shared history. Artistic themes emphasized adaptation and continuity. Language evolved organically. Derogatory terms faded from formal discourse. Neutral descriptors prevailed. Identity was contextual rather than stigmatized. Economic structures incorporated ghoul participation seamlessly. Licensing boards and trade associations adjusted criteria. Qualification depended on skill rather than appearance. Security policies differentiated clearly between feral threats and sentient individuals. Training programs educated patrol units. Misidentification incidents declined. Healthcare systems developed specialized branches. Geriatric and neurological services addressed long-term mutation effects. Prevention programs expanded. Intermarriage and adoption, though biologically limited, became socially recognized. Families formed through choice rather than genetics. Migration patterns reflected opportunity rather than refuge. Ghouls relocated for employment, education, and preference. Mobility signaled stability. Political rhetoric shifted subtly. Candidates sought ghoul support openly. Campaign platforms addressed shared concerns such as infrastructure and defense. Public art depicted integrated communities without emphasis on difference. Visual representation normalized diversity. Some regions formalized commemorations of transformation. Museums documented ghoul history as part of collective narrative. Exhibits preserved testimonies and artifacts. Resistance persisted in isolated pockets. Ideological groups clung to exclusion. However, these voices diminished relative to mainstream acceptance. Generational turnover among humans accelerated change. Younger leaders grew up with integrated norms. Policy reflected lived experience. Long-lived ghouls adapted to new roles. Some stepped back from leadership, allowing younger citizens to guide governance. Continuity coexisted with renewal. Educational exchange programs connected settlements. Students traveled across regions, encountering integrated societies elsewhere. Exposure reinforced acceptance. Legal frameworks codified equality more consistently. Anti-discrimination statutes gained enforcement mechanisms. Courts upheld protections. Crisis response planning incorporated ghoul expertise systematically. Radiation events and hazardous recovery operations relied on trained teams. Media portrayal matured. Balanced reporting replaced sensationalism. Stories highlighted shared challenges. Philosophical discourse reframed mutation as variation within humanity's spectrum. Biological diversity was acknowledged rather than feared. This normalization did not erase memory of hardship. Historical education preserved accounts of discrimination and struggle. Awareness informed vigilance. Cultural narratives emphasized lessons learned. Catastrophe had reshaped bodies and societies. Adaptation ensured survival. For many ghouls, this shift toward permanence brought quiet satisfaction. They had endured rejection and uncertainty. Now they witnessed recognition. Identity stabilized. Being a ghoul no longer defined existence exclusively. It became one attribute among many. Communities matured accordingly. They recognized that survival had produced new forms of humanity. In this environment, future generations regarded transformation not as tragedy but as historical reality. Integration did not eliminate difference. It contextualized it. Through incremental adaptation across centuries, ghoulification became woven into fabric of civilization. Its presence no longer required explanation. This permanence reflected broader resilience. Humanity had not restored its former image. It had redefined it, in streets rebuilt and markets thriving. Altered and unaltered lives intersected routinely. The world that emerged from ruin accepted that survival had taken many forms. Among them, ghoulification stood not as aberration, but as testament to endurance. In this recognition lay quiet transformation of social consciousness, marking final stage in long journey from fear to familiarity. Even as ghoul communities achieved greater stability and acceptance, uncertainty continued to shape their collective future. Longevity offered perspective, but it did not eliminate vulnerability. Environmental shifts, political change, and biological limits remained constant factors in long-term planning. Climate patterns fluctuated over decades. Droughts altered agricultural zones. Flooding reshaped river routes. Radiation levels shifted with erosion and sediment movement. These changes affected settlement viability. Ghouls, with extended observation capacity, often detected gradual trends before others. Their records documented soil depletion, water contamination, and habitat loss. This information informed adaptation strategies. Migration became long-term response. Communities relocated incrementally, transferring infrastructure and social networks. These movements required coordination and foresight. Urban centers faced deterioration. Aging structures collapsed. Power systems failed. Maintenance demands increased. Without sustained investment, decline accelerated. Ghouls contributed to preservation efforts. Their technical expertise supported restoration. Historical buildings were reinforced. Archives were protected. Political instability posed ongoing risk. Factional conflicts disrupted trade. Shifting borders threatened security. Alliances required continual renegotiation. Ghouls often acted as mediators during transitions. Their institutional memory facilitated compromise. Experience reduced escalation. However, political marginalization persisted in some regions. Gains in representation could be reversed. Vigilance remained necessary. Biological uncertainty continued. Long-term mutation trajectories were not fully predictable. New symptoms occasionally emerged. Medical systems adapted. Research institutions monitored trends. Data suggested gradual stabilization in some populations. Others exhibited increased fragility. Diversity of outcomes persisted. Intergenerational transmission of skills remained essential. Knowledge loss threatened resilience. Education systems prioritized technical literacy. Technological stagnation limited capacity to address emerging challenges. Scarcity of materials constrained innovation. Reverse engineering replaced invention. Some ghouls advocated for focused research investment. They supported laboratories and training programs. Progress was slow but steady. External threats remained. Raider resurgence, mutant migration, and ecological imbalance created periodic crises. Preparedness, planning, became routine. Defense networks incorporated ghoul specialists. Hazard response teams trained regularly. Early warning systems improved. Cultural continuity required adaptation. Traditions evolved. Rituals incorporated new contexts. Identity remained dynamic. Younger ghouls, born or transformed later, faced distinct challenges. They lacked direct memory of pre-war stability. Their reference points differed. Mentorship programs addressed this gap. Elders shared historical context. Dialogue bridged generational perspectives. Psychological resilience remained priority. Extended life intensified emotional accumulation. Counseling practices expanded. Communities experimented with sabbatical systems. Individuals withdrew temporarily to rest and reflect. These pauses reduced burnout. Digital archives preserved collective memory. Terminals stored records redundantly. Data recovery protocols were established. Cross-regional cooperation increased. Networks shared resources and expertise. Collective security improved. Environmental restoration projects gained momentum. Reforestation, soil treatment, and water purification initiatives expanded. Ghouls played central roles due to exposure tolerance. These projects aimed to stabilize ecosystems. Long timelines suited extended lifespans. Economic diversification reduced dependency on hazardous salvage. Manufacturing and service sectors grew. Training programs supported transition. Some ghouls pursued advanced education through surviving institutions. Distance learning via radio and terminals supplemented instruction. Exploration of distant regions continued. Scouts mapped uncharted territories. New settlements formed cautiously. Ethical debates intensified. Questions of reproduction, genetic intervention, and artificial enhancement resurfaced. Ghouls participated actively. Philosophical discourse emphasized responsibility toward future generations, both altered and unaltered. Crisis simulations prepared communities for extreme scenarios. Evacuation drills, supply stockpiling, and communication protocols were refined. Despite planning, unpredictability remained. Yet, extended perspective fostered adaptability. Change was anticipated rather than feared. Many ghouls adopted stewardship roles. They viewed themselves as guardians of continuity. Their actions prioritized long-term welfare. This orientation influenced leadership selection. Candidates were evaluated on sustainability vision. Inter-community councils coordinated regional development. Shared infrastructure projects advanced. The possibility of extinction or decline was acknowledged without fatalism. Awareness encouraged proactive management. Ghouls recognized that survival was an ongoing process. Adaptation required continuous adjustment. Hope was grounded in practice rather than promise. In quiet planning sessions and public assemblies, future scenarios were discussed openly. Transparency strengthened trust. Through collective foresight, communities prepared for uncertainties that lay beyond immediate horizons. Longevity transformed risk perception. Short-term setbacks were contextualized within broader trajectories. The future was neither guaranteed nor bleak. It was shaped by choices made repeatedly over centuries. By integrating memory, science, and cooperation, ghouls positioned themselves to navigate unknown conditions. Their enduring presence demonstrated that catastrophe did not end possibility, it reframed it. In facing uncertainty with patience and preparation, they affirmed that survival extended beyond adaptation into conscious stewardship of time, environment, and society. Across the vast stretches of the wasteland, scattered between ruins and rebuilt towns, a quiet truth endured. Ghoulification had never been a single event. It was not confined to the moment of exposure or the first signs of transformation. It was an ongoing condition, shaped daily by environment, community, memory, and choice. Those who had lived through the fire of the Great War carried within them the earliest stage of this transformation. Their bodies had changed in response to radiation. Their skin had thinned and darkened. Hair had fallen away. Internal systems had reorganized. But beneath these alterations, awareness persisted. With each passing decade, ghoulification deepened, not in mutation, but in experience. Long years accumulated layers of memory. Cities rose and declined. Factions expanded and fractured. Landscapes shifted subtly. Through it all, ghouls remained. In this continuity lay a distinct form of identity. They were not relics of the past, nor experiments of the present. They were witnesses. Their survival bridged eras. Time altered their relationships to loss. Early grief had been sharp and overwhelming. Later losses were quieter, folded into an expanding archive of memory. Pain did not disappear, but it changed texture. Communities that embraced ghoul members gradually internalized this long view. Councils learned to consult those who remembered earlier mistakes. Trade agreements were crafted with awareness of prior failures. Patience replaced haste. Within personal lives, extended years required adaptation. Careers shifted multiple times. Friendships evolved. Some ghouls relocated repeatedly, seeking climates or societies that suited changing needs. The body, though resilient, demanded care. Routine maintenance became ritual. Skin required protection. Joints required movement. The balance between radiation exposure and avoidance was monitored consciously. Mindfulness of fertilization remained present. Even those who showed no symptoms recognized possibility. Mental stimulation and social connection were treated as necessities rather than luxuries. In some regions, ghoul elders were consulted not only for advice, but for narrative grounding. They recounted what the sky had looked like before smoke. They described music once played in crowded streets. These recollections anchored younger generations within broader human story. Yet ghoulification was not solely backward-looking. It also pointed forward. Extended lifespan allowed investment in projects spanning decades. Infrastructure was repaired with expectation of long use. Trees were planted, knowing they would be seen mature. This temporal horizon fostered stewardship. Waste was reduced. Soil was protected. Water systems were monitored with long-term vision. Cultural identity adapted accordingly. Being a ghoul ceased to revolve around difference alone. It encompassed responsibility to memory and continuity. Some individuals withdrew from society, preferring solitude. They wandered irradiated plains or inhabited silent buildings. For them, ghoulification meant distance from human pace. Others immersed themselves fully in communal life. They led, taught, farmed, and traded. For them, ghoulification meant integration and contribution. Neither path defined the whole. Diversity persisted. In the absence of centralized authority over all territories, local interpretations of ghoul identity flourished. Some towns emphasized unity, others maintained cautious boundaries. Across these variations, one constant remained. Ghoulification had proven durable. It had not faded with time, it had stabilized. Biological research suggested that new cases of transformation were less frequent in later centuries. Radiation levels declined gradually, yet existing populations endured. This endurance reshaped demographics. In certain settlements, ghouls comprised significant proportion of residents. Their presence influenced planning and governance. Children growing up alongside them regarded transformation as historical fact rather than anomaly. Curiosity replaced fear. Through trade routes and storytelling networks, shared understanding expanded. Regions distant from original blast zones encountered ghoul communities as normal. The early narrative of tragedy evolved into one of adaptation. Ghoulification came to symbolize resilience in face of catastrophe. It did not erase suffering, it acknowledged it. It carried scars visibly and without concealment. The wasteland itself mirrored this condition. Broken structures stood beside rebuilt homes. Old highways led to new markets. Continuity and change coexisted. In this landscape, ghouls embodied continuity most visibly. They were living reminders that humanity had not been extinguished by fire. As centuries approached and passed, the distinction between pre-war and post-war blurred. For many, there had only ever been the world shaped by radiation, yet, through preserved memory, knowledge of before endured. Ghoulification thus represented both transformation and preservation. It altered form while sustaining identity. It demonstrated that survival was not simple restoration of what had been lost. It was evolution into something capable of enduring loss. Across settlements illuminated by salvage generators and beneath skies slowly clearing of radioactive haze, ghouls continued their quiet persistence. They cultivated fields, repaired machinery, mentored youth, and reflected on time. In their presence, history remained tangible. Through patience and adaptation, ghoulification became part of world's natural order, integrated into rhythms of daily life. It stood as testament to capacity of life to reorganize itself under extreme conditions. And in that reorganization, humanity found not its former shape, but a sustained and altered continuity that stretched across generations. As the long history of ghoulification unfolded across centuries, patterns emerged that revealed its deeper significance within post-war civilization. What had begun as unintended biological consequence became embedded within social, cultural, and ecological systems. It reshaped definitions of survival, identity, and continuity. Radiation had altered bodies, but time had altered meaning. Early survivors viewed transformation as tragedy. Later generations understood it as adaptation. Neither interpretation was complete on its own. Together, they formed balanced perspective. Ghoulification demonstrated that life could persist under conditions once thought incompatible with human existence. Cells reorganized, systems compensated, consciousness endured. This resilience challenged assumptions about fragility, yet endurance carried cost. Physical deterioration, social exclusion, and emotional fatigue remained present. Longevity did not equate to ease. It required continuous negotiation between limitation and capacity. Communities learned to support this negotiation. Care networks, education programs, and cultural practices evolved. Survival became collective endeavor rather than individual struggle. Through economic participation and governance, ghouls asserted relevance. They were not preserved as relics. They shaped institutions. Their voices influenced policy. Cultural integration reframed identity. Being altered no longer implied being lesser. Variation became normalized. Scientific inquiry illuminated mechanisms while revealing limits. Research clarified pathways but could not reverse history. Knowledge guided management rather than restoration. Spiritual and philosophical traditions offered meaning. They reconciled extended life with impermanence. They framed suffering within narrative. Art and storytelling preserved memory. They transmitted lessons across generations. They humanized transformation. Political systems adapted unevenly. Some embraced inclusion, others resisted. Progress remained contingent on vigilance. Environmental stewardship reflected long-term perspective. Extended lifespans encouraged sustainable practice. Resource management improved. Intergenerational exchange enriched society. Elders provided context. Youth introduced innovation. Balance emerged. Through conflict and cooperation, discrimination and integration, decline and renewal, ghoulification became integrated into human story. It illustrated that catastrophe did not end humanity. It redirected it. The altered form became vessel for continuity. Memory traveled in scarred bodies. History walked in ruined streets. In marketplaces and council halls. In farms and libraries. In tunnels and rebuilt neighborhoods. Ghouls participated fully in shaping daily life. They embodied bridge between before and after. Their presence reminded communities that survival was not return to past, but commitment to future. Each generation reinterpreted transformation. Meaning evolved. From early chaos to stabilized networks, from fear to familiarity, From isolation to interdependence, the journey traced arc of adaptation. Ghoulification stood at the center of this arc. It revealed that identity was flexible. Humanity could persist without its original form. In accepting this, society's expanded definition of belonging, they learned to value resilience over appearance, memory over purity, cooperation over exclusion. The wasteland remained harsh. Scarcity and danger did not vanish. Yet within it, structures of care and continuity grew. Through centuries of effort, communities learned to live with mutation rather than against it. They cultivated systems that honored both difference and commonality. In this coexistence, civilization regained coherence, not by restoring what was lost, but by weaving new patterns. Ghoulification became thread in that fabric. It connected past devastation with present stability. It linked biological adaptation with social innovation. It transformed survival into culture. And within this culture, endurance became quiet virtue. There were no monuments large enough to contain this history. It was written in daily routines, in maintained roads, in preserved stories. It lived in voices that remembered and hands that rebuilt. It continued in those who walked slowly through markets, greeted neighbors by name, and planned for decades ahead. In their persistence, the meaning of survival was clarified, not as victory over catastrophe, but as commitment to remain present despite it. Through ghoulification, humanity learned to inhabit its altered world with patience, responsibility, and humility. This lesson, carried across centuries, shaped future that did not erase disaster, but transcended it through sustained care. And in that sustained care, life continued. As this long journey through time and transformation begins to settle, allow these quiet histories to rest gently in your thoughts. The story of ghoulification is not only about radiation and survival, it is about memory carried across centuries, about patience learned through loss, and about identity preserved through change. Within ruined streets and rebuilt communities, voices endured. Hands continued working. Minds continued reflecting. Through fear, adaptation, exclusion, and belonging, life reorganized itself and remained present. Every altered body held a record of endurance. Every shared story preserved connection. Every rebuilt structure reflected commitment to continuity. Nothing was perfect. Nothing was easy, yet persistence remained. As you relax, imagine these distant settlements growing quiet under dim lights and fading skies. Markets closing, radios softening, footsteps slowing. The wasteland breathing gently in the dark. In this stillness, remember that survival was never only about lasting longer. It was about learning how to remain human in unfamiliar forms, about choosing cooperation over isolation, about carrying history forward with care. Let these thoughts drift with you into rest. Let centuries of resilience become calm background echoes. And as sleep arrives, know that even in a changed world, life continued, patiently, quietly, and without surrender.